Yeah, I'd like to say how thrilled we are to have Ellen Forsyth and Rachel Franks from the State Library here today. We actually had Ellen and Oriana Acevedo here yesterday on one of their State Library tours of public libraries. So they've been sucking in a bit of Shellharbour throughout the day yesterday, and we're also here for the launch of our seed library at our Oakflax Library. So we're having a pretty exciting week this week. I'd also like to welcome Rob Thompson, who's the State Manager of ALIA, who's a very keen member and advocate of Shellharbour City Libraries and lives locally. So it's lovely to have you here, Rob. Rob's also pretty passionate about local history. I think it's fair to say, is that right?
Oh,
yes. And while Rob's here, it's probably good for you to know that recently, earlier this year, we started up the South Coast, what's it called? South Coast, the ALIA South Coast group for ALIA. So that's a new group in this area. So if any of you live in this region and haven't got on the E-list for that, please see Rob. Welcome. Please take a seat. That's completely fine. We're thrilled to have you here. It's exciting to have the workshop at Shellharbour today because this is the first time we've hosted one of these workshops since we opened our library here almost 5 years ago. January 2018, we opened here in the Shellharbour Civic Centre. And I'll just tell you a little bit about the library and the Civic Centre. In my role as Manager of Libraries and Museum, we get to have joint services here in the Civic Centre. So those of you who haven't been here before, I'm happy to tell you a little bit about it now, but also throughout the day, if you've got any questions or would like to be toured around, I'll be here with you most of the day, but I've got a couple of other commitments. So I'll be here with you for during the breaks. There's a lot happening here today. We've got a youth summit happening in the auditorium. There's a Bunnings workshop happening in the foyer. Our museum curator and children's and youth librarian are doing Mini Explorers, one of our museum programs this morning, and as well as hosting this event. So please feel free to move around the building and feel welcome. I'd like to do some thank yous too. Now, Donna Bray is on her way. Carmelina is just going to pick her up. She just got slightly lost on the way, so she'll be here in a few minutes. I will say it probably later, but I would like to acknowledge all the hard work she's gone to preparing the agenda for today, and to make it a really hybrid meeting where we've got presenters who are presenting both here in person and online, and that's really exciting, isn't it, Ellen? It's wonderful to be able to do that today. And I'd also like to thank Carmelina, who's just gone to pick up Donna. When we agreed to host the meeting here, I then took off on leave to go to the IFLA Congress in Dublin, lucky me, and Carmelina was acting for me, and she actually did all the hard work in organising the meeting. And I'd also like to thank Joseph, our Digital Experience Officer, who's up the front here and who's managing all our technology and today, including our online presence and people's presentations. So thanks heaps, Joseph. It's wonderful to have you doing that. So welcome. Really enjoy seeing what we're doing. We're thrilled to be having one of our staff, Carmelina, will be talking about some of the library local history initiatives in the lightning talks. And then this afternoon, Tamara Hind, who's our museum curator and also part of my team, will be talking about the Discover Shellharbour online platform, which is hosted as a museum project, which she has led. But of course, it's a joint library museum project on Recollect, and that's been a wonderful, new and exciting event for us this year. Just a little bit about this building. As I mentioned, it opened 5 years ago. The Council Administration Centre is up above here, and then the library is 2,000 square metres of library space on this floor, and then another couple of 100 square metres of museum space with a shared heritage room, which you'll be able to see when you have a wander around. It's a beautiful space. Our community has really welcomed it. It was a new library to the space, so we had libraries around the edge of Shellharbour, but this was the 5th library and became the central library, and the community has really adopted it and welcomed it with open arms. I was saying to Ellen earlier, we've been programming on steroids till COVID interrupted us. And now we're back doing that again, and people are so excited to be in our libraries. I hope you enjoy having a look around here. We're very thrilled to have that beautiful library, which incidentally won the 2019 ALIA Public Library of the Year Award. So we're very proud of that. Our museum also won one of the New South Wales Imagine Awards. So we're very lucky to have a council that so supports our work and has not only built this new library, but has also built a new library at Warilla. And we've done a major refurbishment at Oak Flats, where we were yesterday launching our seed library, and we've got a couple more to go. It's a very fast growing area in Shellharbour. We're about 76,000 population at the moment, but heading fast towards 90. We've got growth areas on the coast and in the west. So at Shell Cove, Council just opened a new marina there about a year ago, and there's a lot of development and housing there as well as a lot of boats. Our new Shell Cove Library, which I was able to show Ellen and Oriana yesterday, the site for that is going to be right on the edge of the marina with beautiful waterfront views. And then in the west, we've got huge growth at Calderwood Valley, which kind of borders the Wollongong LGA on the northwestern side. And there's about another 11,000 people coming into that area. So our Albion Park Library will be subject to a major expansion over the next few years as well to support the growing development in that area. So it's a pretty exciting place to be, and I feel very lucky to have that lovely synergy between library local history and the museum, which is working really well for us at Shellharbour. I'm also excited to meet all of you that I haven't met yet, and to hear what all of you are doing today, because I've looked through the agenda and it's a pretty exciting program, and I see that there's just great things happening all across the state. So yeah, congratulations everyone that's here in the room, and to all of you online. If there are any issues with the technology, please let us know, and we'll do our best to rectify them immediately. In a weird quirk of technology, the library website host server crashed yesterday, and so our library website is not currently up. So if when you're hearing about Shellharbour, you're looking us up on the website and you get a weird message, that's because it's crashed for the first time in my memory. I can't remember when it was last down. So they're working on that apparently from 10 a.m. this morning, but our Discover Shellharbour site which we're promoting today, is hosted separately. So isn't that good? Yes. So I would like to now go on with the program, and Donna will be chairing the rest of the day, but I'm really pleased to introduce our first speaker today. And we're throwing to Paul Rowe from Vernon Systems, who's coming to us online from New Zealand. Paul's going to give a product overview using eHive to catalogue and share your collection online. And we're now going to throw over to Paul, coming to us online from New Zealand via Zoom. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you. I'm so pleased to have the opportunity to speak to you all today. So I'm Paul Rowe and I'm the CEO of Vernon Systems, and we focus solely on building systems to help people catalogue, manage and provide access to the collections they hold. Today we'll be looking at our web-based system eHive, which is accessible from anywhere, from any device. And it's a system that we build and host on behalf of our users. So we take care of the technology, letting you get on with managing your collections. So I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to walk you through some examples of eHive in use in the real world and talk you through the different features that the product provides. So eHive includes a whole admin section for you to catalogue and manage your collection in private, but public access is built into the core product. So if you want to start sharing your collection, it's as simple as ticking the items which are ready to be available on the public site. So I'm currently on ehive.com, the main public side of the product, and we can see there's nearly 1 million public records available through the system. And that's through over 1,000 museums and galleries all around the world, including large numbers in both Australia and in New Zealand. On that main website, we provide public users easy ways to search and discover items in all of those collections around the world. So I could, for example, do a simple search on, say, NSW Australia, and the system will come back with all of the possible matches. So it's found 100,000 matches that include those keywords. And then I can easily refine those results to try and narrow in on what I'm interested in. So for instance, I could say that I'm only wanting to see the things where there's an image available, perhaps only the items that are in our category of history. And I can also see what collecting organisations hold those items. So there's a sample of the items that have been found in that particular search result with what museums and galleries and libraries those particular items come from. So let's say we wanted to look at just the Health Museum of South Australia items. Every item on the website will clearly say what museum or organisation this particular item comes from. So we can see underneath where each of those items were from. And I can easily click on an item to view all of the public details that are available for that particular piece. The public only have access to the basic description information about an item. Who made it, what kind of thing it is, where it came from. But behind the scenes in eHive, there's a whole set of more detailed information for things like where that item is stored, how much is it valued at, and who you acquired it from. You also have control over what images get shared. So you can choose to share a record of an item, but you may not have copyright clearance to share the image that relates to it. So each individual image, you can mark the copyright that applies to it and mark both whether it's public or not and what size of image the public will have access to. We can see in this example that there's actually 3 images of this particular catalogue record. So images from different sides of that particular bottle of medicine. And then if I scroll down, we can see some of the information that that organisation has recorded about that particular collection item. We can clearly see what rights apply to those items, and that can include cultural permissions, if there's culturally sensitive material within your collections. And then optionally, you can choose whether or not you want the public to be allowed to comment on those collection records. And that can provide a really great way to gather more information about collection items which you don't know a lot about. And also you can choose whether or not the public can add tags, so free text tags that can help other people discover these items. So in the case of this example, commenting is enabled, but the tagging option, which would appear on the right, hasn't been enabled for their collection. I'll do another example search where I search for a specific organisation. Let's have a look for the Royal Historical Society of Victoria. Again, I have those simple search options, and I can see a large amount of their records fall into the photography category. eHive covers the cataloguing of all common collection object types, and that includes photographic material, library or reference material, archives, history of objects, and natural sciences. Each of those different types has a dedicated cataloguing screen catching the most important information about that particular collection item. If I go on to an individual page about an organisation, which I can get to always just from that link on any collection item page, we can see that each individual organisation has their own directory entry or profile on the public website. You can upload some basic images about your organisation, and so that might include your logo or a picture of the building where you're housed in. And it can also include details about how to get in touch, where you're located, and what kinds of collections you hold as an organisation. You can include a Google Map location to help people find your location if they're wanting to visit you in person. There's a simple tag cloud which shows the most popular categories that exist just specifically within your collection, and you're responsible for adding those keywords. So you can organise the collection in the way that makes the most sense to your own holdings. We can also see a simple summary of all of the items that are available publicly at the moment for that organisation. And so we can see just for this one client, there's currently tens of thousands of records that are available to search on eHive. That profile page is also an entry point into that one single collection. So I could search for all the things that included the word Flinders, and we'd find references to Flinders Street, Flinders Station, and so on. And then I can drill into each of those individual collection items and find what information they've recorded about it. We can also optionally share high resolution images. So again, you have complete control over that. But if you have some things that are out of copyright or where you own the copyright, you may actually want to share a detailed image. That becomes particularly useful for things like maps and plans where you may need a high resolution image to see the relevant detail. I'll search for Cameo Lamp, where I know that I've got a record that already has some high resolution images available. If there is a good quality image, eHive has zooming and panning options already built into the public site. So I could, for instance, easily expand that up to the full screen, and I could zoom in to whatever detail level I want to. There's default settings for the sizes of images that are available on the public site, and that's dependent on the copyright for the item. So an item that's marked as being out of copyright, by default will share a high resolution image, but you can override that if you wish. And we can see for this item, the tagging option I talked about earlier. These are just simple text tags that have been added, and I could, as a public member, add more tags if I wish. So I could say that the material is calcium because we know that it's a shell, and I can add that as another keyword for other people to help find them. We can also link to other third-party sites. So if I look at a popular soft drink product in New Zealand, which is called Lemon and Paeroa, one of our organisations has uploaded a famous advert from the early 80s about that particular brand. They've included a couple of still images from that photograph, from that advert, but they've also included a link to the full clip of that video. So within the description of a record, you can easily embed links, and that can go to any third-party content. So if you had a video on YouTube, an oral history file on SoundCloud, for instance, you just include the link for that in your catalogue record, and then people can easily open that content up. So that's a video which is publicly available on the National Film and Sound Archive for New Zealand. And so the eHive client has decided to cross-reference that material. Those are some of the key features on the public site. There are other things like advanced search options, for example, but I'll show that within the private section within eHive. Each individual organisation that's using the system will have their own login into just their own content. And depending on what annual plan they're on, they may also have the option to have multi-user access into the system with different levels of access for each of those individual staff members. So I can easily log in just with the login link at the top of the page. So let's open that up in another tab. And I'll log into an example account. When you log into eHive, there's a simple dashboard which gives you a summary about your collection as it currently stands in the system. We can see a list of records that you've most recently worked on. So if you wanted to jump back to a record you were cataloguing yesterday, you can quickly click on one of those links and return to that same record. We can also see that simple tag cloud that we saw on the public interface. And that gives us a shortcut to jump to all of the records that share a particular keyword. So if I clicked on mineral, it'll show me all of the records which currently have that keyword on them. And on the right-hand side of the page, there's also a simple breakdown of our collection. So how many of the records do we have in total, and how many of those are currently private, so only accessible when you log on, and how many of them are publicly accessible. As well as doing a simple search like we were doing before, using any keyword, there's also an advanced search where you can quickly search on a number of different fields, step by step in combination. So I could look across all of the fields that are available and say I'm finding anything that references the word mineral. But then I could narrow that down further and say only the records which also have perhaps a particular object type. Many of the fields in eHive, you can set up standard term lists or pick lists, as we call them, to make sure that your data entry is consistent and to make sure you can then search accurately across a group of records. Object type is one example of that. So I can click on my term list and it'll show me all of the terms which are currently set up for use when cataloging in that field. So let's say I'm only interested in the mineral specimens. And I could keep on adding additional fields and filter that further. There's also some built-in filters on things like we saw on the public side. So maybe I'm only interested in the records which have currently got an image, or maybe only the ones that don't have an image because they're the ones that currently need further digitization work. We can also narrow it down by rights. So maybe you're reviewing the copyright status of a whole set of items and you're only wanting to find the things which are currently still in copyright. Or you could narrow it down by catalogue type. So I'll look at just the natural science records, for example. And then I just click on search when I'm ready to see those results. So I found 6 items and it'll clearly show me what were the different filters I added to that search. There's simple built-in reporting in eHive. So I can at any point just click on create report and it'll show me a list of all of the reports that are built into the system. Both reports that generate a PDF to view on the screen or print out, as well as simple options to download sets of your data or all of your records at any point. So at any time, you can easily pull down all of your records completely outside of our service, as for example, an Excel spreadsheet. So you've got that offline as another reference to your catalogue. In this example, I'll just create a quick report for mineral collection, and I'll say I'm wanting a detailed report, which will be all the information that's available for each of those catalogue records. When I click on request report, it'll start generating that report in the background. And in the meantime, I can just keep happily using eHive doing other work. When the report's ready to be downloaded, it'll just show me a notification next to reports up in that top menu. And I can go to that page to see all of the reports that I've generated and kept in the past and see the progress of a report which I've just requested. And so that report's almost complete. And so I'll download that as soon as it finishes. So that's now finished. And when I click download, it'll open up that particular report that I've asked for. So those 6 mineral items, I can see their full catalogue record now as a PDF. We can also edit records and create records at any point. So when I'm searching on records, there's an option to edit those if I need to. So let's have a look for what vases I have in the collection. Oh, actually, I don't have vases in this particular record, but I do have that cameo lamp. Let's have a look for that. So there's the cameo lamp we saw before. I can click on that link, and now I'm in the private view for that record. So I'll have access to other information that the public couldn't see. That includes when it was accessioned into our collection, how it was acquired, and internal details like what kind of condition is it in. Through the tools menu on the right, I can do other actions on this record. And that includes adding more images or editing the details about those images. And that's where I would set whether those images are public or private. I can upload PDFs if you've got things like reference material or a book. And I can edit the record itself. So I'll click on edit, and that's where we'll get to the cataloging screen. So we can see there's a simple cataloging screen. Any of the fields where there's a term list, I have the term list button here. So for instance, for collection type, I've set up a few basic categories to make sure that all of my collection is categorized using similar terms. And we can easily add a new term at any point with the button here. There's a number of different tabs at the top. So I could go just to the acquisition information, where we could have details about the past ownership of the item, what it's valued at, where it came from. There's also detailed conservation information and valuation details. So we can say what the current condition is, as well as a full history of past conditions when you've checked this item. Whenever you see one of these sets with a border, that's a section which can be repeated as many times as you need to within the system. And so that's true for things like a list of authors for a book, a list of condition checks, a list of makers. All of those things you can repeat as needed. When we've finished working on that record, I can save that, and it's on the save screen that I'm marking whether or not that record is publicly accessible. So that's a record that's already public, and so it's got that ticked by default. But I could untick that if I've decided to hide it for some reason. We can also change this record to be a different catalogue type. If we decided this shouldn't be a history item, it should actually be in the natural history collection. We can quickly catalogue things that are similar by creating a copy of this record. And we can also update the rights that apply. So I've marked this particular record as being in the public domain, but I might realize that's a mistake, and I can click on update rights to change that. There is full support for Creative Commons to cope with things where you own the copyright, but you're wanting to provide more open access so that people can reuse your material in some way. There's different levels of access for each user logging into the system. So if you're an administrator, which my particular login is, I can get to the settings section of the system. That includes the ability to set up other logins and say what level of access they will have to the system. And so that can be administrator access, curator or cataloger access, or read-only access. So you can choose to make your collection completely private, but perhaps on a machine at your library or museum, you might provide the read-only login so that people can access the private collection and just see the information in read-only mode. There's also full visitor analytics. So we automatically log visits to the public website and keep track of how many visits there are and what are the most popular items within the public website. So that's useful to understand what things are drawing the attention of the public visitors. As well as the admin section, we also provide detailed resources to help you get the most out of the system. The info.ehive.com site is a public site that gives access to a whole range of material about the product. There are pages, for instance, about how we can import data from legacy systems for you. So that might be a third-party product, or it might be something like a spreadsheet. We provide information about the steps that we take to protect your data. So that includes both the security, the backups we make, and the provisions we make so that you can easily get the data yourself if you want to move it out of the system or just have your own independent backup. There's also full technical information if you've got an IT team that want to understand what's set up behind the scenes to make the product work. All of the pricing of the product is online on that public site. And so it comes in different tiers depending on the volume of material you have and the features that you want to have access to. So there is a free account for very small collections, but most of our clients would be on the bronze or silver accounts, which are 120 US a year or 300 US a year. You can jump up to another level at any point if the amount of material you have is growing over time. We also provide a detailed set of cataloging standards, and that goes far beyond just using eHive. It gives you a detailed guide about best practice for cataloging, what kinds of data to record about different things, and what kinds of tone and content to record in different parts of the eHive fields. So that's available through our eHive standards page. And that was something we did through Project Dark, which was a consortium of 12 museums that worked together with us to create those cataloging standards. So that's available as a PDF. And if I just quickly skip down to a random page, it describes field by field what typical information you would record in the system and what style conventions you would use and what other international resources you might look to when thinking about cataloguing and managing your collection. eHive also provides easy ways to share your collection information if you wish. eHive is the foundation of a national directory of all 400 museums in New Zealand. So every single one of those museums has an account in eHive, and that powers their public museum directory. So for instance, I could search for Auckland as a term, and as well as finding collection objects that reference that term, I can also see all of the museums that mention the word Auckland. And so that's using the same profile information that we saw before about the Royal Historical Society of Victoria. So it's tapping into things like the map location. And we can see here on the left a quick summary of where those particular museums are located. We can also search across just the collection items that are within that community. So within eHive, you can join communities and they can be geographic or theme-based. So for instance, on the 100-year centenary of the end of World War II, there was a whole group of international eHive museums that created a community about World War I, and you can mark just specific collection items that are part of that community. And then we can build websites that use just that subset of collection records as one particular themed set of information. You can also build custom websites to present just your own material. We integrate with WordPress, which is a very popular product for building branded websites. So this is a typical example which is built using our eHive's WordPress integration. So the Fan Museum in London has their own website they manage, and just one of the pages within that site, the collection section, is pulling in information live from eHive. These tags here are the same tag cloud we saw before, but styled according to their branding. They then show you some of the most recent objects they've added and provide simple search options. And so if I clicked on one of those items, it's going back to our eHive servers and it's pulling out the most up-to-date catalogue information, and it's styling it so that it fits in with the branding of their website. So we can see the same fields we saw on eHive here, but fitting in just within their own website. So we have many eHive clients that are using that approach, and each of them styles them differently. So this is a large World War museum, again in the UK, and we can see how they've styled their collection to fit in with their main website. eHive also includes a programming interface. So if you've got access to developers, you can take the raw information and build a completely bespoke website on top of that. The Canberra Museum and Art Gallery is one example of a museum that's taken that approach. So this collection page is using our programming services, and it's taking all of their content that they've catalogued on eHive, but presenting it using their own style. And so they've done things like introduce tiles on the collection page, which show broad categories of their collection. And I could click on one of those categories, and at that point it retrieves the matching objects in eHive and presents them using the styling that they've developed. So because this is primarily an image collection, they've chosen a focus which presents the image as the first thing, and then you can drill down into the individual catalogue records like we saw before. Lastly, you can share information with Trove. So eHive's already integrated with Trove, and you can choose whether you want to sign up to Trove as a partner. That's currently a free service, but it's something where they may potentially charge a fee for your initial joining as a partner just for the work they do to connect your system into that. So if I search for a particular collection item, maybe a specific boat, which I know exists in eHive, it will show me newspaper articles, which perhaps exist in different libraries around the country. But we can also see a link to an artifact. This information is coming directly from eHive, and through the view link on Trove, it will cross-reference that back to your collection that you've catalogued and shared on eHive. So if I clicked on that link, that's the same record with the same information Trove has, but with more detail. So Trove provides a great entry point into people discovering your collections without perhaps knowing that you had a particular item in advance. They can search on that national site, find your information, and then get led to all of the other great things that you hold. So that covers all of the things that I wanted to go through today as an overview of eHive. I think at this point, there's been some time set aside for questions. So I'll pause now and see whether there's any questions from the audience.
Paul, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
That's great. It's Alison Wishart here. We've actually spoken before about eHive, and I was
Yes, I remember you, Alison.
Thank you. Keen to hear about the ability to share high resolution images via eHive, and just wondering about the data plans that are attached to your different levels, and assuming, I wanted to check an assumption whether the upload of high resolution images uses up some of that data plan.
It does. So the data plans are based partially on the amount of storage that's used. So if you're uploading high resolution images, then it will use up that storage space quicker. We do quote on request for very large data volumes if you go beyond the plans that we publicly list. And we've got many sites that would do a compromise approach where they might have a high resolution JPEG image, which then doesn't use a huge amount of storage, but still provides a high resolution image for the public visitors to access.
Yes, it's just that a lot of local studies collections hold lots of maps and plans that are unique to those collections and that are really only useful if you can access a high-res image online.
So certainly in that case, we would recommend that you're uploading the highest resolution that you have, either of the PDF or of the image. And it'll just mean that you use up more of the storage in eHive, so there's more of a direct cost to us hosting and backing up that content. And unfortunately, that means that cost gets passed on to you. But the costs are fairly reasonable in terms of other hosting services.
Thanks, Paul.
Just a brief note about the high-res image access. We use an international system, and it's called the International Image Interoperability Framework, and it's an international standard for doing the kinds of zooming and panning and high resolution image storage that we do. And so we're using some standard tools to provide access to those, and those tools are developing further all the time as well. So we're getting some new features as part of that international project. So there was a question about eHive versus Vernon CMS. So Vernon CMS is the other product we develop. That's a Windows desktop product. So people are generally running that on their own network and are managing their own Windows server. And it's also been in development for a much longer period. So our company started in 1985 and Vernon CMS has been in continual development since then. So it has a much larger range of features and generally tends to be used by the much larger organisations. So people like National Gallery of Victoria or Art Gallery of New South Wales, Museum of Contemporary Art Sydney, those are clients that are using Vernon CMS. So the prices are more expensive and also the range of features that are available are more expanded. eHive is continually being developed. So I will just note that on the info site, we do include a public roadmap of what we're working on. So underneath about, there's a roadmap to say what features we're currently working on. So eHive's continually adding more features and is gradually catching up to where Vernon CMS is, but at this stage, Vernon does have more features and is more suited to those larger organizations. In terms of the image uploads, eHive supports any image format. So you can upload JPEGs or TIFFs and it'll support both of those. And it supports a whole range of other common formats as well.
Excuse me, Paul, does it also support video? There's a question through chat about that.
So it doesn't at the moment. You can link to video that's stored on another platform. So the description field supports links and you could link to a YouTube video. But support for other media types is something that's already on our roadmap. So that's something we'll be adding in the next year or two.
And so does it currently include PDF documents?
It does. So at the moment it supports any type of image and then PDFs. Those are the two different file types we currently support.
Okay, the question from Kelly at North Sydney is asking, can the PDFs be text searched if they were OCR'd?
So we don't directly search within the text content of the PDF, but some of the text fields on the catalogue record are virtually unlimited in their length. So we do have sites that would copy an OCR'd transcript of a PDF and paste that into the catalogue record. And that means that content would be searchable. But it's not searchable unless you've recorded information in the catalogue record about that content.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Probably one last note is that I've given a similar presentation to another library group a couple of months ago, which was recorded. So if you do need to go back and kind of reference things in a video format, you can just search for YouTube eHive overview. And there's a half an hour overview covering most of the points that we've looked at today.
No other questions? Okay, well, thank you, Paul. That was great. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. It's been a pleasure to be part of this meeting, and it's great to see all of the talks that you've got lined up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it should be a good day. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all.
Sorry, okay, sorry. Sorry.
Morning tea was going to be at 11. Do you want to bring morning tea forward slightly
Yeah,
and then
Yeah,
go to the 5-minute?
yeah. Yeah, we'll just start morning tea early. I'm sorry I'm late, everyone. I fell asleep on the train.
If I just briefly pause the recording for morning tea, then thanks.
I was away. The research she undertook for the book to know how our collections are used and how to improve access to our collections.
Hello. Thank you all very much for coming. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we meet and we learn from each other today on country. And even though I'm not on the country that I usually live, work and write on, I would like to acknowledge the local people here, but also the Gadigal people where I spent all of lockdown and became quite good friends with a hangman who seems like quite an unusual person to buddy up with in the middle of a global plague. But hopefully by the end of this session, you'll see why I have grown fond of quite an unusual character. Thank you very much for coming, and special thanks to Margie, Donna and Ellen for the invitation to be here today and to talk about the really key piece that local studies played in allowing this book to come together the way that it has. And that will become clear over the next few minutes. So in some ways, this is a few of the pits and the challenges that I overcame while researching the book, but it's also a presentation of thanks to all of you here and online who have been carefully nurturing these local studies collections for so many years. So I'm going to wrangle this. So the man here with the pipe, that's my pal, Nosy Bob, and this is how he was seen in his own day. He was just the common hangman. He's stretching the rope, getting ready for a hanging. It's actually an article for a double hanging in early 1880 at Darlinghurst Jail. And this is where the title for my book came from, because we didn't actually like to say the word executioner. It just sounded a little bit too formal. So there are all these other words for the hangman, and usually they are referred to as the common hangman in the press, and not just here in Australia, but around empire, if you like. But Nosy was actually a very uncommon hangman. So yes, he has the worst job on the government books, but when he's not doing a day at work, he is actually a really normal bloke. He's got a family, he's got a pet dog, he goes for a drink on a weekend. So who was Robert Howard? There we go. So this is a brief timeline of his life, and the simplicity of this slide belies the fact that it took about 2 years to get to this point and refine these dates. So for a man that everybody was talking about while he was alive and while he was working for the sheriff, there is actually not a lot on him. And the more I dug into this, the more I realised that there's not a lot on executioners at all. So my personal theory now is that as the oldest colony here in New South Wales, we became quite ashamed of the fact that we waited 1 month and 1 day before we executed our first felon for stealing food back in 1788, and it all became a little bit too distasteful. So even though we held on to the death penalty longer than anywhere else in the country, we actually don't like to talk about it very much, and we certainly don't like to keep the proof of what we did, where and when. But I was able to established that he was born in Mahon in 1832, probably March. There are actually 2 baptism records for him. There's one with 1 date and then one that says he was baptised a week early, with a fairly cranky note from the vicar saying that the mother had failed to register the child properly when he'd been baptised while he had been on holidays. So even that very first record related to Nosy Bob is obscured, and I can't actually definitively say this is what happened. He marries Jane Townsend in 1858, and that I do know for a fact, which is very nice. They quickly have 3 children. So Robert and Jane and little Howards decide to emigrate to Australia. So at this time in London, Robert's working as a coachman like his father, and we don't know why the family came out to Australia. They were part of a huge migration wave over the 1850s and 60s. So it's reasonable to assume that they weren't looking for gold, because he maintained his cab business once he came out here, but maybe they just wanted some decent weather or better opportunities for their children. So they land in Brisbane, which was not clearly established, and then they come to Sydney. So most of the short biographies of Howard indicate that he actually started in Sydney. He does his first job as an assistant executioner in 1876. So he is a very popular cabman. Why would he want extra work? And why would you want such a grubby job? Well, poor old Nosy was called Nosy Bob not because he was always peering over the fence, wondering what the neighbours were up to, but in true Australian style, he had no nose, and he gets dubbed Nosy Bob. Now, there are different rumours, different myths about how he lost his nose. The most popular one is that one of his horses kicked him across the face and sliced it off. I'm not so sure about that, but either way, he never made an attempt to cover it. Never had surgery, he never took advantage of one of the crude prosthetics that were available in the day, and suddenly he was no longer the accessory of choice for wealthy ladies of the eastern suburbs wanting a spot of lunch or an afternoon of shopping. So his cab business goes into a steep decline, and there is evidence of the financial stress on him. He had quite a young family at the time. They have 3 more children when they come to Australia. So there are 6 people that he's responsible for, as well as his wife. And he needed to make up the income. So the story goes that once it had leaked out on the cab ranks that he had attended the sheriff on certain official occasions, he was ostracised by the other cabbies. And so that work became even harder to find. So within weeks of being an assistant, he takes on the top job, and he becomes the executioner for the whole colony. And he actually holds it for longer than anybody before him or afterwards. So he's in for right on 28 years, which is an extraordinary length of time to literally murder people for a living. So into the research and all of the story of him until he retires and then dies out of Bondi. So I can't really talk about Nosy Bob without talking about Trove and spending far too many hours searching for him. I was one of those dreadful people that pushed her laptop to its limits. How many open Trove windows can you have before the machine will crash? And I have a really good friend who works at the University of Newcastle, Nancy Cushing. She says it's not BC and AD. They are not the time periods that we work with. It's before Trove and after Trove. And I must agree with her because I don't think I could have established the broad patterns for him and what I could believe and what I could discard without being able to do those huge, broad, sweeping searches. So I literally read thousands of articles on Robert Howard, journos then, journos now, fake news. Some of them are interested in telling the story. Some of them just want to increase circulation. So I spent a lot of time looking for patterns and trying to work out what I could then latch onto and then try and substantiate through the archives. It became quite interesting because if I got to know a lot of the journos and the editors quite well. And so if they said something kind about Howard, I thought, okay, he really does love his dog. You know, and that was something that I could comfortably believe. So substantiating all the stuff, once I had some patterns drawn up, and first stop was State Archives out in Sydney's West. Now, I don't drive, so it was, you know, finding a driver and hiring a car and packing a lunch. And I kept being told all these terrible stories about going out there, right? It's like, oh, the coffee's really bad out there. You're going to be really stuck. So, you know, I thought I was going to the middle of nowhere, but really it's just Western Sydney. But because I knew I had to squash so much into these trips, they were so valuable to me, I became known as that woman with all the trolleys, which is kind of fun. There are worse things to be known for. So going back to that comment that I started with, we didn't like to document executions. So Nosy Bob is actually only mentioned by name. Robert Rice Howard appears once in the archive. He's here in this massive volume, which is this bonkers thing that a public servant, it's like literally they found all these boxes of stuff. Oh, I don't know. So they literally glued it all into one volume, and it's called Miscellaneous Documents of the Sheriff. And he's there as on a short list of employees over the age of 65. But all the other things, there's no personnel records, there's no annual performance reviews, there's none of the stuff that you really want as a biographer. So that was really helpful. Now, I did want to draw attention to these, some of the readers that come to you in your collections, special bundles out at State Archives, just in case anybody is not familiar with these. These are amazing. They are so cool. So they are part of the Colonial Secretary's papers, of which there are millions of bits of paper. But what the archivists have actually done is they've pulled stuff on a specific subject out of sequence and tied it together. So it's no longer distributed across 80 years of material. So this is really good. So I was able to, I couldn't find Nosy, but I could find a lot of the people that he attended to. So this is the special bundle for Louisa Collins, who was the only woman that Nosy hanged, and she's the last woman hanged in New South Wales. So they also have a lot of material for jails. So these are the, this is the Darlinghurst Jail photographic description book. Some of this material has been digitised, but they're quite good. A lot of them are really very bland. You get a sense of what people looked like, even if there's no photographs. Some of the descriptions are really good. You also get these sorts of sense of how people felt towards particular felons, or at least accused felons at the time. So this one, somebody scribbled in the corner of the record, His Honour the Chief Justice Darley said, "I hold out no hope of mercy for you on earth." And not one, but 3 exclamation marks. So she was quite a controversial figure, accused of killing not 1, but 2 husbands. So maybe that's why the extra exclamation marks are there. So, but these all focus on other people. So it was great that I was able to look into the lives of Nosy Bob's customers, but it's still not the story of Nosy Bob. And I really did want to write a biography of him because nobody had done it. And it was sort of like I had this really fabulous opportunity, and it's not often that you find this totally unique character in history and nobody has done the book. So it's like, okay, I will not squander this. But, you know, 8 years later, I was feeling kind of frazzled about all of it. So one of the ways to anchor the biography was to tell the story of abolition in New South Wales and those people fighting to eradicate the death penalty. So Nosy Bob is, of course, really central to that story. He becomes this noseless hangman. He's the monster. You know, it's so much easier to stare down one guy than an entire justice system. So I got a lot about him through this. So this is from Louisa Collins' special bundle, and these are petitioners. So these are possibly the most emotional records out at State Archives, and you have little cross marks and you have really crappy handwriting and you have barristers, you have everybody wanting to stop this ultimate punishment. And it's a very humble reminder that everybody has a voice to make change. So you have those big ones. Some of them are literally hundreds of feet long. They curl up on little coils. This is another one. This is Louisa Collins' personal petition for mercy. She says, "Dear sir, if have not pity on me, then at least pity my poor children." It's conveniently marked urgent in the margin, but it did not do her any good. And it's all quite interesting because even when people were petitioning for mercy, so the justice system back in colonial New South Wales is really clunky. So we don't really have the modern day courts of appeals that we're used to today. So even if you get mercy, you don't get off because it doesn't actually reverse the jury's decision. It just saves you an appointment with the hangman. So part of researching abolition, I also was researching the science of hanging and the process of it. And it was such a bureaucratic thing. So this is from Public Records Office Victoria. So every colony had one of these. New South Wales didn't keep ours. It is nowhere to be found. This is the table of drops. So Australia, by extension the UK, we've been hanging people for a very long time by this stage. We've done a little bit of research on it. So the first people who were hanged, they fell a generic 3 feet, which was not far enough. And so they're strangled. And it's long and it's drawn out. And there was this bizarre commitment that if we are going to do this to people, we want it to be as neat as possible. We don't want any bad press. So they started experimenting with longer drops and how much force was required to break a person's neck according to your weight in clothes. So I became quite obsessed with how much I weighed and how far I would have to fall, which is about 7'2". And I started to fret that as a slight person, would I suffer more if I was sent off the gallows? Apparently it's all very quick if it's done right. But the hangman of the day could just go across, find out how many pounds somebody weighed, 157 pounds, that's 5'4", thanks, of rope. But what's really interesting in that, as you know, men in dark suits in, you know, boardrooms are writing these policies, hangman of empire, they don't care. Nosy doesn't care. He knows 8 foot's a good drop, and that is his favourite drop over his years. Because Nosy was barely literate. He was smart as a cab driver. He was calculating fares. He knows his way around. He can talk to people. He's physically strong. He's actually very well suited as a self-starter for this type of work. But this is his quite scratchy signature. And even though I think that was done when he was a little bit older, you know, he is struggling to write his name. So this is another bizarre find in the archive. This is also sent to all the colonies. Again, New South Wales didn't bother to keep our set. These are the circulars on capital punishment. So there's 3 pages of text, you know, where the chaplain stands, what prayers are read, who does what. And for those for whom literacy is a bit of a problem, there is this neat guide, a set of diagrams, which, you know, one of the very first reviews of my book was published in the Sydney Morning Herald, and the reviewer referred to it as the Dummy's Guide to Hanging, which at first really upset me, and then I realised I was just cross because I had not thought of that first. But it's a really interesting example of what I was calling bureaucratic concealment. So, you know, let's take this really dreadful thing that we do and we'll just make it a policy, and, you know, it's all very normal. It's a bit like putting an extension or repairing a roof out at Darlinghurst Jail. So this is Darlinghurst Jail. This is a very early ground plan. And maps are just such glorious things for any sort of research, because they give you a sense of movement in a space. So maps and plans I relied on quite a lot. And it was quite interesting. There were lots of press reports that one of the things that Nosy did to be normal was most hangmen would just turn up on the day of a job, right? But Nosy went to work every day. He regarded himself as a regular civil servant. So he went to Darlinghurst every day and found things to do. And the newspapers are talking about him attending to flower beds and vegetable plots and teaching prisoners how to grow their own food. And at first I'm thinking, that's quite odd, because I've seen all these plans of Darlinghurst and I don't know where that could have happened. But on this plan, which is the detailed plan, you can see flower beds, flowers, there are vegetable gardens here. So you can actually imagine him walking around this site, interacting with people and, you know, doing stuff on the scaffold as required. So this is, these are the gallows at Darlinghurst Jail. So in the 1850s, we become slightly more civilised, and it's a bizarre expression. Hangings were removed indoors. So that just means we stopped hanging people over the front gates of prisons, and we did it inside with carefully selected witnesses. So it was quite interesting. So in time for Nosy Bob to start this sort of work, the press overnight becomes the way we understand executions in New South Wales. So prisoners would come out of the condemned cells here, they'd be on the platform, and then the bodies would fall and the witnesses would stand here behind the gate to make sure that it had all happened. So I have all this stuff about the death penalty and trying to get rid of the death penalty, but still not a lot about Nosy. So I started doing all of this sort of stuff. I had the Trove to Ancestry transition, which was quite tricky. Ancestry is not as easy as Trove, but some swearing was involved. But I eventually was able to track down him, his wife, and his children and start debunking some of the myths. So one of the main myths was that none of his children married because nobody would have the hangman as a father-in-law. They all get married. They all have children. And as far as possible, they are all quite normal. So these are some of the images that were just so critical in giving me the reassurance that I needed to question some of the things that everybody had been taking for granted for so long. So this is from Waverley Library Local Studies collection. They have so much stuff, it's great. And, you know, sort of plotting out where he lived, the rate books. There are like 30 different published accounts of when he moved into the area. But going here, I was actually able to draw that timeline, and that was fantastic. There are other local studies collections. So even though Waverley would have been Nosy's home library, of course, some of the people that he met under dodgy circumstances lived in other areas. So this is a map that was found for me at Bayside Library, and this is talking about where Louisa Collins lived. So people are always saying, oh, she was in Botany and she was here, but nobody really unpacks. Caroline Overington goes into a bit more detail, but where that actually was and what that looked like for her. And also, I don't normally put photos of myself up, but one of the really valuable things of local studies that I found as a researcher were the connections that local studies librarians were able to provide. And I know that it's so much hard work and there's a lot of investment in the different committees and the different groups that use your libraries. But honestly, I went and did an author talk out at Mascot Library, and I didn't know, but because so many members of the local history group turned up, and one of those members was my Year 9 history teacher, who actually instilled in me the love of history. And I was able to say, look what you've done. It's all your fault. Now, this is how, again, back to maps. This is how Nosy Bob would have seen the colony. This is the type of map that would have hung in the sheriff's office. And a lot of people were surprised to learn that he travelled. He went on business trips, and it was easier to send the hangman out to the jail than to bring bad person, ostensibly, into Darlinghurst. So I found collections at a lot of these places as well, which were able to fill in some of the details. And one of the things I would like to suggest is that some of the collections that have been of most use to me but have had gaps, as I've been able to fill those gaps, I've offered archival prints of what I've found to that collection, and they have all been really surprised. So if you have a researcher in there, just ask them for their stuff, because I think some people maybe just don't consider that it's important that, you know, we can all contribute to building these jigsaw puzzles. And, you know, if you're spending 8 hours finding one bit of paper, just give it to somebody so that it's easier for the next person that comes along and contributes to that conversation. So as Nosy's travelling around, I get a lot about his life and the way he's treated. He's boycotted. The cab drivers don't like him. He's got to schlep his rope by foot from the train stations. The hoteliers don't want to put him up. He has to stay in the jail, uncomfortably close to the people that he has to meet, which is fairly unfortunate. But life is much more comfortable at home. So this is him. He buys 3 blocks of land in a row at Bondi. He was really dodgy back then, but he certainly did. He did do well. This is his wee cottage. Again, it's not in a New South Wales collection. This is one of the few photographs of his life. I haven't yet found a photograph of him. So it's a 4-room house. It's got these, he hasn't been built out at the back yet, so he can see straight through to the Pacific, and he goes fishing and people go out there and talk to him about his fishing. And he famously, he does love his animals. So he famously rescues a horse from the Wallara pound for 5 shillings, and he trains it up because no one wanted to drink with a noseless bloke, and certainly no one wanted to drink with a noseless hangman. So he trains the horse to carry a billy to the local pub. It has a small coin in it. The publican comes out, takes the money, fills the billy, and the horse knows to walk more slowly on the trip back home so that he doesn't spill anything. And all of these things I was sort of thought were kind of fantastic or slightly spectacular tales. I was actually able to substantiate through local studies collections. And another resource, one that some of you may have contributed to, is the Dictionary of Sydney. Now, very sadly, this has been archived, but I did want to let you all know that it is still there. It's being hosted by the State Library of New South Wales, and we are looking at ways to make it slightly less clunky, as it sits just off to the side. We want to have it a bit more integrated with the collections, but do go on there and exploit the resources that are available. And with that, I will say thank you for keeping maps and photographs and scraps of paper and all of the things, because they are all really important. Thank you.
Any questions?
What's your next book on?
Oh, next book. I think I'll stay in colonial crime because for me it's safer. It sounds odd, but you know, I've been asked to do some stuff that's more contemporary, and I've met the sister of a murder victim, and that's not me. I want to, I tread a fairly fine line. I write a lot about the ethics of this sort of stuff. So I spend a lot of time debating the ethics of Nosy Bob and what information do I include? What do I cut out? All that sort of stuff. But I try to not add to anybody's trauma. I want people to understand crime, and I want people to understand our shared responses to crime and how we can do things better and more humanely. But yeah, so I'll probably, there's a few hangman before nosy. I might just go further back in time. Yes, Ellen.
I have a couple from online.
Yep,
Tian from Laurie asks, how long did it take you to write your book?
8 years. Yeah.
But that's while doing a full-time job as well.
Yeah, well, I was sort of, yeah, I was kind of manic. I kind of treated it like it was a part-time job, and then I became really quite obsessed with it. So my full-time job, I went part-time during the pandemic and spent a lot more time with him.
And I have a second one from Jeff Potter, Central Coast. Did Nosy Bob have Jimmy Governor as a customer?
He sure did. Yeah. Good question. Yeah. So that's his time frame. So he hangs 61 men and 1 woman between 1876 and 1904. And there are some really famous people on that list, and also people it's like, I have never heard of this person. So yes.
What was your most exciting find?
Oh, most exciting find? Probably the little report of sheriff officers over a certain age, because his name was there and it was in type manuscript, and like it was so important, because I was starting to feel quite mad. I had this, you've all seen films set in London, right? And they get on the tube and the woman's voice says, mind the gap. That was me at Archives, because there's a gap in the sheriff's correspondence for the 10 months of his appointment. There's a gap in the post-mortem records just around the time he's died. It's almost, my conspiracy theory hat on, it's almost like someone said, this is a great topic for a book, and they pulled all the stuff together and they've died in their office or something terrible has befallen them, and the stuff hasn't gone back. There are just so many gaps in the record. So to have that and hold it and take 10 photos of it in case the first 9 didn't work, yeah, that was quite a yelp in the reading room of undignified proportions.
Have you finished with them?
Maybe not. I've definitely told the publisher there is no sequel. Everybody has died. But I still, every now and then, I do a search, see if a photograph has turned up, see if something else has come in, if there's another gap to fill. It was really hard to let him go, because, 8 years is a relationship. And the day I actually handed him in, I was getting all these really delightful emails. Oh, congratulations, you must be so relieved. It's like, no, I'm lonely now. He's at home. So, yeah, I'll go back to him every now and then, but I'll need another project to keep my brain working. Yeah.
Another question online from Jeff. Did you get any sense of women's Christian temperance groups visiting prisoners? This is a side story, but I have a personal connection to those stories.
Oh, okay. Look, there are condemned cell registers, which the most detailed ones are for Darlinghurst, and they do document all the visitors that prisoners received. But one of the perks of being in the condemned cell is you get a cell on your own, and you get to dictate as the inmate who comes and goes. So usually by that point, it is the spouse and the chaplain. A lot of nuns go in, and religious sisters, but yeah, for the temperance women, it's probably too late by then. But they may have gone to the jail for other reasons. But yeah, interesting question. Yes.
Did you track his family down? I know you researched them, but how far did you go?
I did. So I actually reached out to his great granddaughter. Always tricky as a biographer. Do you contact the family? And let's face it, it's not like I was writing a biography on Henry Parkes or Julia Gillard. It's like, hi, you have a hangman in the family. I'm nobody. Would you like to chat? And her name was Sharon, and she was delightful. And she was so generous. I found a couple of extra marriages that she hadn't found, so I was able to fill in some gaps for her. She was able to confirm this. She was able to confirm that my suspicions that his nose was not lost because of a horse. She said, oh no, yes, no, we don't have any of that. But she was really just so nice. She just had done, you know, the craze for family history research back in the 80s, right? And she said, I was looking for a convict and I found him. I was like, well, you got 62 then, felons, by default. So, but yeah, and she's so comfortable with me now, which is really very sweet. She's in Sydney. She rings me. She says, oh, I'm at the library. So, okay, let's have tea. So, that was a joy as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you giving what you find, filling gaps to other libraries. Because I often come across people doing research. Some people give us things that they've compiled, and other people might say, do you want to give us a copy of that when you finish? And they look blank. And
Yeah, I
you
don't
have to
get
go in
that.
great detail to explain why you want to keep it. So it's a really good thing.
There was some stuff I guarded quite jealously. So all the birth, deaths and marriages stuff, apart from the fact that that was just weeks and weeks of my life. And it was really expensive. Like that was quite a financial investment. So I asked if I could deliver those bundles after the book was out. And they sort of said, sure. But then I think they were quite surprised when the bundles turned up as scheduled. But I think that it just makes so much sense. And it costs me nothing to be generous, you know, just slip it off on the photocopier on nice paper and put it, yeah. I don't know why they don't do it. So ask them.
Well,
Often
thank
you
you.
do ask, but they don't. It's your generosity, because I know in a lot of cases I've asked and you get a very small amount, but it's really up to the person. You might ask, but they don't want to share it.
Okay, well, if you have
Still ask.
if you have any executed people in your local studies collection, invite me. I will pick at your stuff and I'll give you a bundle of paper in exchange. So there we go.
Sounds very good deal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we'll do our 10 slides in 5 minutes. Kimberly's first. Marilyn won't be doing hers. She apologises, she couldn't make it. Okay, who's up?
I'll just start by saying a quick connection for Rachel. For 8 years, I was a local studies librarian at Waverley Library, and I created that nosy bomb file. So,
Thanks very much.
and so I'm really glad that you used it, because you would know, as we all know, we're sitting on the most amazing stories. And when you're reading and watching Dribble, it's like, God, come to your local studies collection. We're just sitting on the best stories ever. Anyway, but I'm about a more drab thing, but a interesting thing, I hope, and that is money. So I've come across this fantastic grant. If you guys are not applying for it, really have a look at it. It's called Saluting Their Service. Federal Department of Veterans Affairs. I suspect they've got a bucket load of money, because I've been really successful getting money from them. And when I've spoken to them about my projects, I've got feedback, they're like, yeah, keep applying. Keep applying. So I'm just going to talk to you briefly about today. Next slide, please. So the criteria is really broad. It covers everything. So that's their, you can give you a moment, you can read that. So it covers everything. Projects and activities running to all wars, all conflicts, peace, anything that you can fit within that category. 2 categories: community grants up to 10,000, major grants up to 150,000. But that's like rebuilding war memorials and things, not what we would do. But these ones there, I dug around in their budget. They had 3.5 million in the 2021-2022 financial year, which I think I can write a decent, grant proposal. I'm not the greatest, but it's been ridiculously easy to get. And they keep saying, why don't you apply? Have you got any other projects? Now, of course, for them, if nobody's asking for this money, the money is going to go back. So it's a grant is open. Closing date for the next one is the 7th of February 2023. So got plenty of time, to get in and ask for something, and it's rolling. It closes, the next one opens. It just goes on and on and on. Next slide, please. So this is what I've got. So this year I got a bit over $1,500 for a video. So what I did is created a video that was like an introduction to local war memorials, why you should visit them. We used a local video production company, so it was giving them money, a company at Brankston in the Hunter Valley. It's on the Shellharbour City Library website in the local history section. People love it. And there was enough money to get a caption version and an uncaptioned version. Then I asked for a brochure. That's not much, but it's to create this driving, cycling, motorcycling guide to war memorials. So it's got graphics on one side, and on the other side, it's got a list of all the local war memorials. Next, please. Another grant that I've come across, and can you scroll up a bit? Anyway, people can Google it. Oops, sorry. Can we go back? Yeah. Is this one. I've just applied for that, this ANZAC community grant. The previous one's a federal government grant. This is the New South Wales government grant. And again, they were very keen and eagerly telling you to keep applying, which is telling me they've got a good budget and not enough people are applying. So I just applied for something under that. Next thing, to take these kind of bus tours using local buses around to war memorials, and it's a tie-in with the men's shed. They're going to do a barbecue and everything. This one's been going since 2017, and again, one grant round finishes, another one starts. It's just ongoing, and they provide grants up to $3,000. So I just asked for a bit under $3,000 to do a project. They've got a really broad remit again. So anything that is historical research or education, preservation or display, public commemorative events, arts and culture. So it's really good. So I just think, there you go. Oh, next one. Anyone wants to see my grant applications, I'm happy to share. No need to reinvent the wheel, just change your name at the top. I'm happy to share. But I just want to make this really clear. I'm personally really anti-war, and none of anything that I do promotes or glorifies war in any way. And I've had no trouble doing projects which commemorate service of personnel, tragedy of war, the devastating impact of international conflicts. So I just want to, and tragic legacy. So that's me. I've got my business cards, but really worth investigating those. One of the first projects I did in this field was in 2018. That was with an Armistice Centenary grant. That doesn't exist anymore because that was just Armistice Centenary, but you could do the same thing with either of these two grants. And that was to employ a professional photographer to photograph all our war memorials. And like all good projects, it's actually driven from the ground up. And the whole thing started because somebody came into the library and said, my great uncle was in World War I. Is he on a war memorial anywhere in the Lower Hunter Valley? And there was no way to answer that question because we didn't know where all the memorials were. So the first thing to do was find out where they were and, transcribe the names. So we employed a professional photographer to do that. And then over a year, and I finished in COVID, we just uploaded the photos. So they're all on the New South Wales War Memorials register, no need to reinvent the wheel. So everything's there. So you can now go to that site, put in the name, put in the area, and it's all there. Happy days. Money for nothing.
Donna, I know, I just wanted to add a comment to Kimberly's talk, if we've got 30 seconds. Yeah. Just to say, we are applying for one of those New South Wales Anzac grants as well. And it's to conserve some donated material about some war service of a couple of local men. I have, through that process, found a freelance paper conservator who works from Canberra but came up to Sydney, gave us a quote. So if anyone needs a paper conservator, paper photographs, certificates, etc., I could pass on Nicole Rowney's contact details. And I think her quote was quite reasonable. And it's the sort of thing that we don't have money in our budget to cover as conservation of local history material, especially professional conservation. So
Nice to be nice.
yeah, good to be able to get some money to do that if we're successful.
Just one more comment, sorry, I should have said is, we all get the, what you should do, like go out and just like photograph all, it's like in the 12th of never, this is going to happen. I'll just be gone, see you in 2 weeks while I go roaming around one of the largest LGAs in New South Wales, which is looking for missing war memorials. So it allows you to actually do that project. It looks really good. The libraries or the council loves it if you get grants. And that job employed a local photographer. So you're actually sort of plowing money back into it.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yep. Thank you for having me today. I'm just going to talk about, we have moved to the brand new library in Parramatta. And till last year, I was saying that I'm the only one in a very unique situation in the whole of New South Wales where the local studies and family history is not part of the main library, whereas as of earlier this year, my reporting line has changed. So I'm part of the big family now. So my reporting line is to the Parramatta Library manager. So yeah. So before I start my presentation, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land. I'm sort of presenting it from Parramatta, the direct people, and pay my respect to the elders past, present, and any emerging. So it's an exciting time for Parramatta. I just want to show you how Parramatta has changed over the years. I'm just showing you 2 photographs, which is taken early 1900s and then last year, earlier this year. So you can see how the panoramic view of Parramatta has changed. So it is lightened with all the high-rise apartments and everything. Which takes me to the next step, how the library has started. So on the left-hand side, you guys can see that the first Parramatta Library was started in Town Hall in one of the rooms, and that was in 1958. And on the right-hand side is the new Parramatta Library. But having said that, we have sort of, kept the connection with the old library. So we have got the Parramatta, the building is called 5, PHIVE. That was the name which has been sort of, selected by the community and the Aboriginal people. So this building is in 6 levels. Basement 1 has got Discovery Center, and mezzanine has Discovery Center and exhibition area. Ground floor has concierge. Level 1 and 2 is the library. Level 3 is the active wellness studio and so many other things. I'll just go through with you in a minute. And level 4 is the council chambers. But on the right-hand side, that's very, very important image where the 5 is connected to the old town hall. So here it is old meets the new. So I think that is the highlight of that building. So just going a little bit into more detail. So this is how the basement and mezzanine, they have got this year marks the Royal Australian Historical Society's 200 years. So we have got the exhibition, we did some research, got some objects, and that is on display. And this is another one of the part which we have on the right hand corner is the show bags, how the show bags have come into existence, and different sort of, styles of show bags over the years. They have sort of, been revolving around. So that was there. And on the left hand corner top, there's a bakery cart. And that is one of the original carts which was used by Walter Pitcher. And he used to bake the bread, which was on the other side of the Lennox Bridge, and he used to have the fresh bread in there and bring it to the markets, which was part of the town hall, and come to that market and used to sell that. So I think this is sort of, we just wanted to show how we still have the old objects, and we are displaying all that in the brand new building as well. And the stories are also there along with those objects, and people are very keen in sort of, coming and having a look at that. This is the ground level. It is the customer service, and we do have a JP service there as well. They come and sort of, come and they can sit there. There's some tables as well. So it's very inviting place for them. But let's talk about the library. Library is at level 1 and 2. So we do have a permanent exhibition, which local studies, archives and cultural collections, which was my previous reporting line. We have done a major research work, and we have sort of, we developed this permanent exhibition. It was commissioned by the external body, but all the research has been done by us. So, and this is one of the really good feature in the library. So people sort of, come and read what's there, and then they sort of come and visit us and see the local studies and family history collection as well. And some of the images which we have taken from the library, and as you can see on the right hand side top shelf, that has got really lovely lighting as well, and that's very themed. When the eels, they were in the finals, we had yellow and blue there, so it has the capacity of changing the colors. Last month was Diwali, so they sort of, have that special theme for Diwali, and it's sort of, it can be themed to different colors, and it turns on at 6 o'clock in the evening. And we have many people coming in the library to see when it turns on. So it's really magical. It's really nice. And this is another part of the exhibition which we have. The first one was the place, and then Parramatta people in the gathering place. So these are the two, another permanent exhibitions at level 2. On the left-hand corner, that's the children's area, and we have that little big, huge egg there, and it is again the native Australian native wood and eucalyptus and all that stuff. So we just try to keep, it's a 6-star green building. And on the right-hand side, we have an amphitheater, and we have hosted during the opening heaps of events there, and this sort of, place is very popular as well. After the school, like after 3 o'clock, this is all full. We've got heaps of sort of, power plugs as well, points, and students are sitting there. They are sitting, lying down, doing their sort of, catch up, doing their assignments. So yeah, that's sort of, what they do. And this is the research lab, where all the local studies and family history material have been moved. So this is sort of, from the left-hand corner, this is the entry, and it is sort of, they can make an appointment, come and sit there, and they can spend, unlike the library computers, they can spend the whole day, because we have got 2 dedicated computers. Where they can spend as much time as they want, and the staff can assist them. So some of the other images of the collection around the area. We do have a transit room as well, which is very adjacent to the research lab, where We have kept all our microfilm reels for the Sydney Morning Herald and some of the other stuff, and the maps. And that's sort of, being used a lot as well if somebody wants to access any of the archives and cultural collections material, because that is on another site. So the cultural collections officer or the council archivist, they can bring the material, leave it in the transit room, and then either they can sort of, assist the patrons in doing their research, or we are there to sort of, take out that material in the research lab. So we are still sort of, providing that service and working together. And the third level has got smart tech lab, sound studio, meeting rooms, and wellness session. So on the right-hand corner, top one, we have a sound studio, which people can book it and they can sort of record their own sort of, recordings and things like that. But all of this, they can hire it and they can use it. And middle image and the one at the bottom that's outside. So that has been booked by many sort of, people. They are having their meeting and then they have the drinks outside, and that is overlooking the Parramatta. So it's pretty good. It has got quite a lot of stuff which people really like it. The last floor, the fourth one, is the council chambers, and on the right hand side, I provided the images of all the mayors and lord mayors of Parramatta, and we have that commemorative or celebration, whatever you want to call it, the wall. So we have the first mayor to the current one, so all the images are there. So that was sort of, really good one. And the middle one is, you can see the council chambers, and when the meetings are happening, it's open to the public. They can come and sit there as well. And the rightmost corner photograph is the chains which were worn by the Lord Mayors. So that's been replaced by the new one now. So that is on display. And the red ribbon which we have there that was the ribbon cutting. So I just kept that one, and the scissors which we used it for the opening. I thought that's sort of, history in the making. Rather than chucking it out, we have just kept that as well. At the moment, we have 3 staff members, and I'm in the process of getting another 3 staff members soon. We still are doing the same service which we were providing before. I mean, for the first couple of months, we were on the ground doing everything, and basically the heritage stuff has taken a little bit of step back. But because now we have settled back in, I'm slowly getting back to what we were doing in the heritage centers. So yeah. We are providing, as I said, exactly the same services. We still are managing our website, which you guys have heard me talk about number of times, which still covers family history, local history, and we keep on updating all of that. We are still receiving all the inquiries via the online inquiry form, or they can send us an email. And again, as I said, we have never charged anyone, but fees and charges are available, are listed there in case if somebody wants extensive sort of, research done. But most of them, when you sort of, talk to them, it's their family history. They are happy to do their own research. It's just day in the life of what we do, what sort of inquiries we take, from TAFE university students, council and other councils, walk-in, phone, web form, or email. We provide research. Still, we are archives and collections. We are still away from them, but we are working as collectively as we were working before. So really fortunate to have the management give us that opportunity where we are still continue to doing what we were doing previously as well. And we are responding to media requests, because if any sort of, if 5 was in the news, so they wanted the background information, some of the old photographs which we provided. So it's just a taster of what we do in a day. And again, the major, since I had a chat with you guys, the major things which we have done is we have done the history of suburbs. Now Parramatta has got 39 suburbs. So in our stories, we have done the background research of all the 39 suburbs. And then we have done the origin of street names of all the 39 suburbs. I'm in the process of combining that together and having one publication so that when I look at the data, it's just sort of, that's one of the very heavily used content by the consultants, architects, school students, university students. So I thought might as well create a publication. Just before I finish, the snapshot is we have got over 1,700 articles on our webpage. We have got over 5,000 items, which in the library, which includes reports, microfiche, microfilm. We do have archaeological reports as well. We are here to help. And as I was sort of, telling you before, that we still use two databases, Symphony, that is for the library management system, and Vernon database, which Paul was talking about, our first speaker, that is the Vernon content management system. We use it for our local studies photographs, archives, and cultural collections. I know we don't have any time for questions because it's sort of, quick sharing, but if you guys have any questions, you guys can always send me an email or put it in the chat. I'll respond to that. And I'll be sharing this with Ellen and Donna, and I'm happy to share it after that meeting, share it with everyone. So thank you.
To prove that I was here. Okay, how's that looking?
You can do your video.
Oh,
Hang on.
okay, beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, apparently it's going into the staff newsletter. So there's a few familiar faces here, and I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity. So I've titled my talk, When All Else Fails, Do It Yourself Large Format Digitisation. And if we go to the next slide, Kimberly might recognise this map.
I used to work there in legislature.
That's right. This is one of the really important things in our collection. It is a map of the whole of Drummoyne Council. It's about 2 metres across, 1.5 metres tall. And I had it very high up on my list for digitisation. We got a state library grant. And so the digitisation provider turned up to take all the material offsite for digitisation. He took one look at this and he said, I don't think so. It is rare. That's the only one I'm aware of. It's fragile. It's behind glass, and it's been sealed into the frame. So the guy said, look, I'm not going to take that with me. I'm just not going to do it. So my choice then became, well, got to do something with it. So if we go to the next slide, this just is a small section of the map. So as you can see, you've got this huge map which goes down all of these details all over it. And so I said, well, we've really got to try and get this digitised. So if we go to the next one, this is my colleague, Dennis Beauvoir, and Dennis and I cooked up a plan. Dennis actually got this big roll of paper and go to the next slide, and his 48 megapixel camera. And Dennis photographed that in sections. So if we go to the next one, so you'll see his 48 megapixel camera, that's about half of the map. Then we did a second one and then a third one, all of them overlapping. So go to the next one. I said to Dennis, what we're going to do is we will put it into Photoshop and automate photo merge. Has anybody done that? No, we got one. Okay. And I said, oh yeah, this will work.
It doesn't always work.
I said, oh yeah, this will work. Dennis, we'll be able to do this. So if we go to the next one. So we've then got our 3 files in photo merge, and then to the next slide. And that's that is the finished result of the photo merge. You'll see that it's not quite straight. There's little bits that haven't quite lined up, but I was able to actually crop that, save that as about a 75 megapixel file, and put that into the catalogue. I then thought, we can probably use this for other things as well. So if we go on to the next one, top one is a panorama, and that one wasn't framed, so I actually used the photocopier for that one, and just photocopy, essentially scanned that using the photocopier in sections and then stitched it together. The one below, that one I was particularly proud of because that one was actually two aperture cards from State Records. So the thing had actually been imaged in 2 separate sections. So I took the hard copy that we had, scanned that, and then used photo merge. And so we didn't actually have a full copy of this map. We just had it in 2 different sections. So I was able to stitch those 2 together. If we go to the next one. Okay, so if you want to actually have a look at the finished result, can somebody see if it'll actually work on a phone? Somebody want to point their phone? See, it should work. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that works. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then we've got to go to new for image. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, might take a while to download. It's about 35 meg.
And just to let you know, people online have also been able to successfully.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, I'm going to save a copy with the direct URLs. So the thing to me is that we were able to do that basically using the resources that we actually had available in the library. And so I would recommend to people that if you do have a large format item, the other thing you can use it for example, is if you've got a map where you have copies in sections and you've never actually had a full copy of the map, you may actually be able to stitch it together and stitch that together and actually get an entire digital copy of the map that you probably never actually had. So any questions?
So the reason you put the camera through the big paper was to stop infection.
Okay, so what it was the paper was there to stop reflections in the glass, and then we had lights on either side pointing at 45 degrees. That then reduced the level of reflection from the glass and then enabled us to shoot because we had no real option of taking it out of the frame. That would have been a very major enterprise because it's so large and so fragile, and I didn't particularly want to take it out of the frame. So it was that thing of just putting, and so literally what we've done is we've actually created a miniature photo studio in the library, but because we had access to a high res camera, and because we were able to stitch that stuff together, we were actually able to get that done relatively inexpensively compared to having a professional come in and do it. But as I said, you know, if you just have got something you can stick in the photocopier and do at a reasonable resolution, if you can scan that in sections, yeah, you should be able to stitch that together.
You can also photograph rather than putting it on the scanner.
Yep.
It's fragile.
Yep.
Do the same thing.
Yeah, I actually had a go at doing the same thing with an iPhone at a little panorama, which was behind glass, and it was okay, except I don't think I adjusted it so that I got it at exactly the same distance. So my scan was a bit skew with, but potentially that kind of approach might work. And if you photograph it in sections, you can kind of minimise the amount of reflection that you're getting as well through glass. Yep. Anybody else? Nope. Yes.
Sorry, question from online. I've used Photoshop to merge photographs, but find the file sizes are massive, especially for TIFF. What do you save your files as?
So this one, I saw this very much as an access copy. So we did save a TIFF copy, but the access copy is a JPEG. And so, as I said, it's about 75 megapixels, and the file size is around 35 meg, which is okay, I think, for these days for downloading. Yep.
Did that leave money over from the grant money you got?
My supervisor has suggested that we actually had a little bit of money left in the grant, and she's suggesting that maybe we will put some of that towards that particular digitisation, because it was done essentially using using salary. And she was saying, well, we might allocate a bit out of that. I'm not quite sure how that's going to work.
Have a conversation with me about the grant sometime.
Yeah. Yeah, possibly lunchtime. That might be good, Ellen. Yeah. So the thing to me is that, but the reason that we went down this road is not necessarily because we wanted to do it ourselves, but because we were literally left with no choice. Yep. All right. Thank you. Excellent.
Sorry.
Do you want me to do the?
You can if you want to.
mousing?
I'm just gonna have to open it up. Sorry. Give me 1 second. I can do it, or you can do it.
That's okay. Is it just a group?
It should be now, yeah.
Yep, okay. Hi, so in Hawkesbury, I'm just going to talk about legal records in Hawkesbury. We have several firms that have very long histories in the Hawkesbury, and that way. Or maybe I'll just tell you. I'll just tell you. Okay, next one. So there were 3 or 4 that I'm going to mention. Francis Beddock was one of the earliest ones, and I just have to look because of the dates. He started practicing in 1828. He then took on Richard Coley, who started in about 1849. William Walker was apprenticed to them in the 1840s, but then he started his own business in 1852. And then John Jackson Payne purchase the Beddick and Coley business. So in the end, there was the Walker solicitors and the Payne solicitors. Next slide. Oh, don't know what happened there. My font hasn't come up. That's okay. So descendants still ran this business up until the 1880s. William Walker was also our local MP. He wrote for the Sydney Morning Herald. He was an author, but he served for nearly 50 years as our local member. So about 4 generations of family ran this business, and it closed in the 1980s. He passed away in 1988, and his widow contacted me and said, would you like to come and have a look at the collection? I went there and I went, oh my God. Next slide. I tried to find the pictures that I took, but 1980s was a long time ago. That's their house that he lived in. That's the solicitor's thing. This is the stables, and that's where all the records were. And I remember going there and I went, oh, wow. And I rang the State Library and I said, do you want to come with me and have a look at some of this stuff? And you can have some of the stuff and I'll take some. And they said, yes. So the day we went there, a very nice lady from Mitchell, I can't remember her name, she said, we'll take all the volumes and you can have all the other material. So I helped her nicely pack her vehicle up with the stuff, took all day. And then I said to the lady, I'll come back next week. And she said, look, I'm going to Hong Kong. Can you come back the week after? So I came back the week after. She sold everything to a secondhand dealer and left me a couple of scrappy boxes. So I was not happy because I'd sorted them as well. So the secondhand dealer came in and went, oh, I'll just take all this nice stuff. Long story, but anyway, we eventually purchased several $1,000s worth from the secondhand dealer. And then we raised some funds, and the family history group, which I coordinate, went and purchased a whole lot of other stuff as well. So we ended up getting some. So next slide. And that's just some of the highlights. It included things like correspondence, receipts, accounts, land records. It also included the records for the Windsor Road Trust, the Richmond Road Trust, and the Windsor Bridge Company, which were in the 1840s. The convict, they were looked after through the convict system. After that ceased, they then were set up through locals, and then they sort of ran the businesses. So that was one of the highlights of getting those collections, because the volumes actually were all together. This is a letter from 1895 just to say how he didn't have enough money to pay his rent because of floods. Still happening today. And just like receipts and things like that. Next slide. So Payne, he had been practicing for almost 50 years when he passed away in 1936. His son and his grandson continued the business. His records date back to the 1820s because he took over the Beddick and Coley company. And a lot of their archives in the 1980s, when the grandson took over, they donated them to the Mitchell Library. So there's quite a few boxes of early stuff in the Mitchell Library. Unfortunately not digitised either, which is a shame. So next one. And so today, his great-granddaughter runs this business, so it still operates in Windsor. They only also just sold the house that the family had lived in for umpteen generations, which is sad because it's a huge big house in the middle of Windsor. So it's the second oldest law firm still operating in Australia, which is good. A couple of years ago, when the great-granddaughter took over, she invited State Records to come and look at, they had a series of records in their safe, which they thought might be primary, like the primary applications. So they invited State Records to come and have a look and to see if they wanted to take them back. They weren't part of that series, but they said, contact Michelle because she'd be really pleased to have them. So I went up and I said, yes, please, we'll have them all. Then she started to have she was a little bit concerned about the family connection with the records. COVID happened, and I just reminded her over the last few years, and finally a few months ago she said yes, come and get them, and I assured her that they were going to be well looked after. She can still access them and so on. Next one. So a few months ago I went up and packed them up, and I was very fortunate that I took my husband with me because I thought he could just carry the crates, but I had to climb up a ladder, and even climbing up the ladder, I still couldn't reach the records, and he's 6'3", so he did that very nicely and threw them down to me. So there ended up being, I think there's 25 crates. They all have about 3-4 bundles in them. Each bundle has about 100 packets. So one bundle might be that high. So there's lots and lots of, some of the packets have 200 pages. So there's lots and lots of material. Next slide. So what I've been trying to do is get a quote for digitising some of it. So I'm not going to be able to do it all in one lot. Somebody's been helping me. We've done 3 boxes in umpteen weeks. So we've got a lot to go. So I'm just going to go and get a quote for X amount of pages. But I just wanted to say a little bit about the significance of these collections. You can see how useful they be for family history and for local history, because a lot of the information is not located anywhere else. It's not duplicated. With the Walker papers, there were a lot of wills. They were the office copies, and you can go and get those copies now. You can get copies of those. But still, you were looking at sometimes the signature of the original people. But in the Walker papers, which we've had for quite a long time, obviously the Bridge Company, the Richmond Road and Windsor Road Trusts are really important. And in those trust records are things like how to, that they'd auction off the rights to the toll houses. So you could collect tolls. So you'd have local people putting in that, I want to do this, I've done it before and I'm really good at my job and whatever. So there were a lot of tenders with the road trusts. So people putting in on these terrible little bits of paper, like, it's torn off and someone's written this tender. I tender for this piece of road. Obviously paper is still in short supply. And also there's names of some of the unusual bridges in the local area that are no longer named. The bridges are no longer there, or if they are, they've got some bland name like Wilberforce or something like that, but they used to be called Roberts Bridge or something like that. So those names are really interesting. The Richmond Road Trust is probably almost complete. All the records, there's leases, a lot of correspondence and also wages. So when people got paid, if they worked on a bit of road, they wrote down people's names and they paid them. So they would be fabulous for people doing family history. And they also had to apply for materials. So things like that, they were always ordering spikes, cases of Muntz metal. I have to look that one up. I'm not sure what, I think it's road, the metal that they used on the roads. Sheets of bark, cast iron pile shoes, kegs of nails, and they're always ordering measuring chains in that. So there's lots of references to local businesses and suppliers, beautiful receipts from local businesses, and even things like they purchase stuff from Mr. Arlo, the storekeeper. So you've got that connection with some of the business people, and stonework that was prepared for the East Market Street sewer in 1883, which is good because then there's probably mentions in the minutes, but it's sort of tying all those things together. With the Richmond Bridge Company, there's lots of stuff about the local timber industry. They used a lot of local timber to build that particular bridge. That was replaced in the 1900s, but it was the first bridge over the Hawkesbury River in 1860. And they also talk about the different types of timber and the availability of it and what the costs were, which was interesting. In the Walker papers, there's about 250 letters. And there's some really good, I did one of my assignments when I was doing my master's on those papers. And there were some lovely papers like when one of the Walkers lost his wife, and someone wrote and said, "Oh, I'm sorry for your loss." And he wrote this letter back, but he obviously never sent it because it's still in correspondence, about his wife. And it was really quite sentimental as part of that. So there's also things like people leasing properties. They were complaining to the local member about how bad the streets were, and which they still are. And they were saying there are at least, this was in 1889, heading towards that depression. There are about 20 married men living in Richmond, and almost all of them are on the verge of starvation for lack of employment. So it would be really good if we could get this grant to repair the road. So that was, there's lots of really good stuff. There's a letter from the Archbishop in Ireland to the Catholic priest introducing the bearer to say that he was a good person, and so on. So there's also some letters from William Walker, who was invited to attend a class of St John's Ambulance Association at Windsor Hospital in 1887, and it was for a ladies' class. So that was really interesting. Then they were talking about the Hawkesbury River Navigation Company holding a public meeting to discuss how the river needed to be made navigable because of the silt from the recent floods, and so on and so on. So last slide. I haven't done a lot on the Payne collection because they're all related to land and property. So you're looking at stuff passing this piece of land to somebody else, and like sometimes there's the history of that. There's also things about agreements. So there's agreements to lease a piece of land to so and so while they're a market garden or whatever. Some of the crates, they're in really good condition, the records, because they've been kept in a safe, a storeroom. They're quite clean as well. A lot of the records are written on parchment, so they're in really good condition. And they range from about A5 size up until A3, or just a little bit larger than A3, because I toyed with the idea of buying a A3 scanner to do the scanning, but I haven't got any time, so I thought I'm going to pay someone to do it. Can't even do what I do already without adding 25 crates to the job. It's a huge job, and then obviously cataloguing them, that's going to be a huge job. But thankfully, a clerk at some stage or other, they went through each of the packets and they've done a list, like this is Joe Blogg's lease with the date to so and so, so and so. So it's enough to make a rough record, which we could then attach the digitising to. And each of the packets, they're in a rough alphabetical order, so that helps a lot as well. One of the pages that I opened was in an envelope, and it just said really fragile. So I opened it up to have a look, and it's a 1794. European settlement was in early 1794. This is in 1794, and it is on very fragile paper in lots of pieces, and it has the Francis Gross's signature on it, and he was the one that settled the people on the Hawkesbury River, and a lovely little plan, which was really nice. But most of the stuff is like there's a substantial amount from the late 1790s to early 1800s because they're talking about land going to different people. So it's pretty amazing, but an awful lot of work that's going to create. And I'm only me. I don't have assistants or whatever. So I've got somebody for a few hours a week for the next 6 months. But hopefully I'm going to put in again to council to say that I need an assistant, but see how that goes. Any questions?
We really don't have time for questions.
No, that's fine.
Sorry, just,
No, that's
sorry.
No,
Just,
no, that's fine.
who's next?
Hello. Is that showing properly?
Yes.
Yes. Hello, everybody. I'm Kerry from Newcastle. I'd just like to acknowledge the Awabakal people and elders past, present and future on whose land I am on today, and elders from Shellharbour. Yes. Today I'm going to give 10 slides on exhibitions in a box, podcasts and events, treasures from the rare book room. So in 2019, we were lucky enough to purchase a magic box from Datacom IT, and essentially it's a display cabinet with a see-through LED computer screen at the front of it, which opens up an entire world of digital plus object exhibitions. And the idea was that we would team it with podcasts and events on the topics that we chose to showcase in the magic box. So the local studies team chose a magnificent array of beautiful objects from our rare book room, and I worked my way through a list of them over the past 2.5 years, and each exhibition had a theme. And this is the magic box that you can see on the screen. And as you can see, the lighting is not very good. We're actually looking at moving it because of the light reflections on the screen. But there is items in the box, and then you get to add a digital content element to it. So this is what you see when you look through the side of the box. You can see it quite clearly versus what you see when you look through the front of the box, which is where you can interact with the digital items. So in these slides here, you can see we've got the first 2 photos are from our Before Google exhibition, which was based on a book, which it's a very long-winded title and I should have written it down. Basically the knowledge of everything. I'll have to look that title up. And then we changed it up a little bit recently, and this is our drag queen exhibition, which we have in the magic box at the moment. So the magic box has the ability to load digital content. So here is an example of how I display photographs in it. So I have a slide that shows where the photograph is from and the title of the photograph and the item's accession number. And then I show the photograph in a JPEG format. It does load TIFFs, but it doesn't need to have a TIFF in it. Then I can load a digitized version of the book. So here we have one of the pages from the Scott Sisters Lepidoptera, which is a beautiful book that was hand painted and illustrated from 1863. Those images you can pinch and blow up like you can on your smartphone. And so the beautiful butterflies and the caterpillars can grow to the full size of the screen. The magic box also shows you the stats of who looked at which buttons and for how long. And then that's really good for stats. So you can prove that the money that you spent on the digitization and the creation of videos is worth it because so many people looked at it. To team up with putting an exhibition in the box, we drop a podcast which is related to the item in the box. So this is a screenshot from our podcast page, and episode 1, we did the Australian Lepidoptera with the butterflies. So I chatted with Anne Llewellyn, who is a natural history illustrator, and also Vera Deakin, one of Newcastle's premier historians who lived on Ash Island, where the Scott sisters lived when they did their illustrations. So it's very much, the podcasts usually have 2 to 3 people involved, and I intersperse the podcast with some facts about the books or the authors, or some excerpts from the books, which then mix up the other conversations that go on. You can find these on our website, so feel free to have a listen to them. They go for about half an hour each one, so not a long time. And then we also like to have an event or a couple of events, depending on the timing of the exhibition. So here we have the events at the Digital Library, where the Magic Box is located, which also enables me to use the awesome story wall, which is the big screen that you can see in the pictures there. So the top picture is the exhibition that we had based on Florence Austral, the opera singer that lived in Newcastle. And then in the drop-off, you can see our gin and cocktails night that we had, which was based on when we had a cocktail recipe book from the Savoy Hotel on display in the Magic Box. And we had a great night on cocktails and sandwiches. And it was, that conversation actually turned in over COVID to sustainability and growing vegetables and stuff at home. So it went down a path that I didn't think it would go down, but it was a really, really good evening. The bigger picture is from when we put in the ABC of beekeeping, which was a book from the 1890s, and it was all about the history of beekeeping and how to keep bees. And so you can see I've got some local beekeepers in, and we had some beautiful beekeeping images on the story wall, and that's myself in my own beekeeping suit in the purple there. And that was a really good community bring together, because I got bee suppliers involved, as well as local beekeepers and the amateur beekeeping group. And it turned into a really, really big night. And it was a really, really good exhibition, and very timely, as it turns out. So that's my presentation today. So you can find the podcasts on our library website, and you can contact me if you've got any questions about that. And also for the ladies talking about digitizing stuff, please feel free to drop me a line, because you could maybe come up to Newcastle and digitize some stuff up there. Thank you, everybody.
Hi everyone. In September, Shoalhaven Libraries ran a really successful event for History Week, which was promoted as Our Common Thread Storytelling. So I'm going to share a little bit about the organising and delivering of the event and some of the things I learned from the experience. Next slide. Yep. So this is Our Common Threads book cover made into promotional material. Earlier this year, the 2 editors, Julie and Helen, contacted the library, and they generously donated 9 copies of their book to the South Coast Cooperative Library and the local Heritage Room. And the collections manager and I thought it was a really good fit with the theme of History Week this year, which was hands-on history. Next slide. So the book featured 38 women from the New South Wales South Coast, and their textile artworks linked to stories of connection with family members and personal memories. It's a book full of poignancy and meaning. It's highly personal to the women who created the textiles, and it speaks to the shared experiences of life, like generational ties, connection and loss, the things that we hold on to from childhood, and what makes up our identity. You can see why it was a perfect intersection with History Week, exploring women's history, family history, and the physical reminders of our past. The event we developed, our Common Thread storytelling, it featured 8 of the contributors from the book reading their stories, and also a show and tell of the textile items that they created. We had 31 attendees, which was actually our 3rd most popular event this year, because we've really struggled with getting people back into the library after COVID. With the book no longer available to buy, we brought all of our loanable copies into the Nowra, and 6 were borrowed that day. The storytelling ran for over an hour, and almost all of the attendees stayed for another hour after that while we served refreshments. I was the main coordinator for the event and had assistance from our digital media person, Nicole. I think there were a few factors that contributed to making this event a success. Judy and Helen, who are pictured here, were immensely supportive in practical terms throughout all the planning stages. So they were my main points of contact, and we were in frequent communication. They spoke with the contributors to get volunteers who wanted to present. They devised a run sheet, smooth running of the day, and were hands-on in introducing the speakers. Their support made organising a much simpler process for me, as I'm a team of 1. Being able to connect the event to History Week was also another positive marketing tool. It wasn't just about the women, craft or sewing, not that these things aren't worthy, but it's also about community, relationships and history, and that appealed to a broader audience. And finally, this is the big one, the event tapped into an existing local support network which had its own supporters and momentum. The book contributors who weren't speaking were also invited to the event, as were their friends and family. We promoted the event to like-minded community groups, local history societies, and the nearby London Art Museum. Registrations were often done in groups, which demonstrated to me the importance of tapping into the existing local community interests and supports. Excellent. This is just the run sheet developed by Judy, and that enabled us to create these lovely slides that went behind each woman as they were speaking, which is scans from the book. The event also provided some learning opportunities for the future. We'd been told a microphone was unnecessary, but luckily we had one on hand just in case, because it turned out, yes, they all did need a microphone, but we had to fine tune the sound as we were going along. So that was just a little bit of an awkward thing that we now know for future. We provided tea, coffee and biscuits by individual order for hygiene reasons. A lot of our folk were elderly who attended and were still very concerned about COVID. So it was a menu system, but it was very time consuming and probably not something we'd want to repeat again. And lastly, I'm not sure how effectively the connection with History Week and the promotion offered by the History Council of New South Wales actually was. Attendees were local and many of you heard about the event through word of mouth. So pages like this on the New South Wales History Council website are wonderful. They connected our event into the wider GLAM network and they gave us a professional presence, but I don't think our audience ever actually saw this output. Excellent. The responses to our Common Thread storytelling were really positive. The feedback from the attendees showed that we'd successfully met the aims of History Week, which are to engage and educate the community about vitality, diversity and meaning of history and its practice. I was also very touched to receive these flowers and a card of thanks from Judy. And one attendee was so encouraged by the event that they offered a sizable sum to the editors to help them in reprinting costs for the book. So in summary, our Common Threads has taught me to be creative with the opportunities for community engagement that come my way, to tap into local networks wherever possible and listen for the quiet voices whose personal histories can teach us about our shared experiences.
Sally is next.
Is that sharing? If you could just tell me, please.
Yes.
We're seeing you, we're not seeing your presentation.
Thank you. This is my first time, so I'm trying to be very quick. I think I might have it now. Does that look like a Gilgandra Shire Library?
It's coming.
Yes.
Got it.
All right, thank you so much. I was going to be all prepared for this and I've gone a bit nervous, sorry. But yes, so I'm Sally from Gilgandra Shire Library Wiradjuri country near the Castlereagh River that has a lot of water flowing through it at the moment. So it's not progressing. That's not good. Oh, so my inspiration came from, I'm only new to the library, working in the library, but I attended a local studies presentation for a few weeks and I got very inspired with that. So the things that came from that was considered now as history in the future, thinking about the ephemeral, and we watched a YouTube walkabout of a particular town and I found that quite inspiring. I also attended State Library podcasting in public libraries, and the thing that struck me in particular were the environmental sounds. I particularly loved the burial files and hearing the sound of the Central Railway Station that opened the presentation, the importance of photographic record and historical storytelling, and just the power of sound. And I just have to acknowledge my dad here because he valued history captured in still and time-based photography and written words. So I used 2 of his rules in there. One of them was the 6-second rule, to focus on something for sort of 6 seconds, particularly people. And somewhere, if you're part of the record, to include the photographer or whoever's recording it in the record somewhere. And why capture? So to seize the day, capture the now for the future. Change is constant, so things we take for granted at times then aren't available in the future. And just history's unfolding daily. So little Doctor Who quote there that a fixed point in time and space. And I've just got an image of a plaque there of our existing Gilgandra extensions, but we're also getting a new library next year, which is currently being built. And so that was initiative for going out after the local studies course finished and start photographing straight away, documenting our current local library. What to capture? So the physical location, the architecture of our current building, it is a war memorial building, 1923. Layout of it. So I tried to capture everything in this little video, including all our storage spaces out the back. So if you watch the YouTube clip, you'll really get a good view of what our library is like. Just capturing the staff that were present on the day of filming, our facilities, the different things we offer to the community, work areas and public spaces out the back, and sound. So I was really quite taken by that. And this is our front door opening.
Not hearing it, Sally. When you shared, you may not have clicked share sound, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Oh, that's going to be a shame. I'm not quite sure how to fix that now. I think you're right. I have forgotten about that. Anyway, it's just that that door won't be in existence in the next building, and it's a very familiar sound to everyone there. But thank you for that feedback. Just soundtracks. In the walkthrough we did in the local studies that I think Michael shared, they just had the sounds of the streets. But by the time I made my little movie, it was a lot of shelves and different things. So I included soundtracks just to draw the audience through the adventure when they see it. And they come from, I used free tracks, so there was no copyright issues, just adding credits was the requirement. And adjusting sound in the video for, I got a photo bomber, happened in my video, but he became part of the story, which added a nice little mini story through that. It was another opportunity, the making of the video, to think about promotion of our social media platforms. So there was a little reference to Instagram at the beginning. I just changed the Instagram logo for the video to personalise it with our librarian, Liz. I just felt that added a more personal touch, face-to-face, put a personality, as I think was referenced in that hangman presentation. It's not just a library, but there's people in there, and Liz is our head. Capturing the spontaneous moments. So customers were chatting with Liz while I was buzzing around all the different aisles in our library. A valuable comment was passed. So just to ask, would they be willing to restate that on camera? They may just say yes. and just to remember signing the permission and publication forms. And in this case, these people were willing to repeat the comment. Photo bombers, so there's no sound to this, which was a bit, but I'll just watch the video. It's only short. What to do when someone unexpectedly pops up in your shot. Well, look for a creative solution. So I asked the person, would they be willing to be involved in the video and photography? Got them to request a permission to publish form, which was very important. And you might just happen to discover a willing actor. And so this allowed a little development of a mini story into the library overall documentation, because this was a customer coming in to use the facilities and made a nice finish to the video. So if you see it, look out for that at the end. Just my tools that I used, it was all filmed with my mobile camera, and I used some software that was inbuilt. Canva, I thought I hadn't used it before. I decided I would use it as an editing platform. I did come across a sad technical hitch because I created it all on my mobile, but Canva support was very precise and they helped me work through that. So in the future, they recommend you always do production on your laptop or computer, not a mobile, and you have very strong internet, which I'm in a rural setting, so that is a bit of a question mark. I ended up creating the final thing in Premiere Pro. It was more complex in the end, and I did the edits and production at home. A thing of post-production I thought of was I possibly should have exported it as a higher resolution just for future historical value. Any changes? There's a QR code for the video if that's of use to anyone. Some panning shots were slowed down just to reduce motion sickness. If any film is moving too fast, it can make people ill. It's just too fast. Some of the footage was sped up a little bit without losing context. And it was just capturing our library on a particular day in its current location, which is coming to a close. Downside, it was filmed in a time limit, so there's a few little things I could have included, I discovered afterwards, and not all staff were present. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Carmelina's next.
So last presentation before lunch. Sorry. Okay. Hello, physical people. Hello, online people. I'm Carmelina. I'm the team leader for programs and partnerships. I'm not a local studies librarian, as you probably will find out soon. But my presentation today is about our library and museum partnerships and how we work together. And we are a perfect match. I truly believe, like two peas in a pod. And so my quick run through is just about some of our amazing partnership programs that we do that I thought I would share with you, and hopefully you can draw inspiration from them and think about how you might work with your museum or gallery or other local services. So to start off with, I wanted to talk about Mini Explorers. So it's a partnership that we have with our amazing museum curator and amazing children's and youth librarian, who's actually in the back room. Basically, it's a program that we run each month. We ran it this morning. It's aimed at toddlers, 3 to 5 year olds, and it's on a various themes. So we've had Dinosaur Dig, we've had Antarctica, Darawal Country. I feel like it's one of our most successful preschool programs because it's so exploratory, it's very playful, it's sensory, it's immersive. And you have, each child gets a beautiful little kit. And they are like literally mini explorers for the day. And if you're like me, the parents also like are entitled to dress up as well. So, well, there's this one. Oh, this one might be a little bit. I just have to do this because I love it so much. So each child gets a kit, and they are little archaeologists, or they are, next slide, little adventurers. Here, take a look. It's great. It's cool. As you can see in the pictures, it's gorgeous. Next slide. Let's do this. So just to set the scene a little bit, we might do a story time at the beginning, set the context, give some information. Then when tomorrow we open the museum doors, it's like a transformation. So it's immersive. There's ice, there was real ice for Antarctica, there's sand, there's mud, there's snow, like it's amazing. So it's curated. And you know, we make our own props, we purchase some things, but it's amazing. Next slide. So moving on to our school visits and tours. As you can see, it's such an amazing building that we have here. We have so many requests from schools wanting to visit this amazing premise. So we work with the museum and our programs team to deliver something that gives the students an experience. This is cutting into my armpits a little bit. So we usually do a museum activity and a library activity, and then we do a library tour and a museum tour. It's usually a round robin format. We might have anywhere between 60 to 100 students in the auditorium, and we take them around. We try to do something curriculum based if at the teacher's request, but other times we have fun with it. You can see here we've got the students to make time capsules. So they've made a time capsule and they put in their a little questionnaire, found object and artwork, and then they don't open it until they finish school or university or something like that. So we try and make it as meaningful as possible. We have a lot of fun creating these programs. Next slide. These are just some examples that we've done. We've done Lego building with them, slime buildings, STEAM-based programs. Just little snapshots of the Lego building. This was a time capsule questionnaire that they filled out to put in their time capsule. And in the museum, of course, Tamara coordinates usually a scavenger hunt, which they love. So they have to find objects around the museum, followed by the questionnaire. Next slide. So my last program I'll talk about is Family History Help. Obviously, we run a program for participants to learn more about their family history and their research. It wouldn't be successful without obviously the generosity of our beautiful volunteers and our staff member who oversees it. It's monthly at the moment. Usually we have about 12 to 15 people who come. Obviously they can access the databases, find my past in NSW.com, and obviously discover Shellharbour, which we'll hear about later on from Tamara. And they have access to our physical collection. Technology, we have laptops that we give them, free Wi-Fi that they can access, and free printing as well. And we also have, next slide, a little starter pack that we give all the participants. And this little starter pack is very cute, and it has a free USB, a pencil, like different links, information to get started with their family history, and even a little tree chart to get started. Next slide. Oh, I think that's it. Oh, amazing, that was it. Well, you're so very hungry, I'm sure. And yeah, if you want any inspiration or any ideas, feel free to reach out to myself, Luke, or Tamara, who you'll see later on. Thanks.
Thanks, Carmelina, and everybody. I'm just going to take 1 minute of your time before you go to lunch with housekeeping that I forgot earlier about where to get lunch. Obviously, you've already found our cafe, but we're right across the road from Stockland. So there's literally dozens of other food options across the road. And there's another little cafe just down the road from here. So please enjoy those. You can bring them back to the Civic Square or anywhere in the library if you want to find a seat. So all of the indoor, outdoor spaces are yours to have your lunch. Now, because we're running late, are we still for the online people, are we still coming back at 2
Yes,
or what's the
we've got to be
plan?
back by 2 o'clock, so I'm sorry, lunch is shortened, but definitely 2.
So lunch will be shorter, and so for all you online people, we'll be back on target with the program at 2. And I just want to thank once again Carmelina for being my person looking after all this while I was away, and Donna, who wasn't here when I thanked her for creating such an amazing program. I've just really been loving hearing about all the things that you're doing this morning, and you too, Rachel. So it's just been a marvellous morning. Enjoy your lunch, and our staff here will help you if you have any questions.
Okay, our afternoon session has started, so I'd like to introduce Tamara, who's going to talk about the museum.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm just going to talk to you today about our Shellharbour City Museum's new online platform, which is Discover Shellharbour. I apologise if anyone's here who's heard this before. Some of you probably have, but you'll have to hear it again. So we, at Shellharbour City Museum, we are a local history museum. So our collection includes artefacts, photographs, oral histories, maps, lithographs, research files, digital files, council archives, and we have a heritage room that houses the local studies collection. So we don't so we don't work like a traditional museum in the fact that we do a lot of research requests and local studies requests as well. We're a bit different to the average museum. We manage the museum collection, so we acquire, research the collection, catalogue it, conserve it, store it. We have about 2,000 objects, about 8,000 historic photographs, 300 historic maps and lithographs, and 200 council archives. We curate permanent and temporary exhibitions, so we use the Civic Centre space just outside to host most of those exhibitions. We also develop and deliver public programs. So we do school holiday activities for the kids. We do outreach programs to community groups and like dementia daycare units. We have our Mini Explorers program, which is a program for preschoolers. And we do school education programs as well with the library. We also develop and manage the Tread Shellharbour app. So that's a touring app of Shellharbour featuring the following tours. So we keep that up to date, manage it and add new tours as necessary. We manage the museum website as well. And we deliver research requests for our customers. This is a massive part of what we do. And we do a lot of research requests for council as well, because we are the holder of the information. So we get about 30 information requests a month. That's from our external customers. Plus we've got the internal ones as well. And they're wide and varied and random. And sometimes you get questions and you don't know why people need to know the answer to them, but for some reason they do. And my personal favorite was the last one. I found this thing at the beach. What is it? So I actually rang up one of my friends who's an archaeologist, and he told me it was a fishing net weight from the late 1800s. So I was able to help that gentleman. Well, I wasn't technically, Alex did, but I didn't tell him that. We also deliver research and heritage advisory services to council. So we're involved in a lot of community asset projects as well, like the development of parks. You know, we helped Robbie with the restoration of the Links golf course. So all those historic photos inside the Links are from our collection. The park is MacDonald Park, so they wanted the park to reflect what was there originally, and it was MacDonald's farm. Old MacDonald had a farm. Yes, he did. It was in Albion Park Rail, and hence the moo cow motifs all over the slide there. And we're involved in public artwork as well, like having input into that. A lot of the requests we get from council staff are like to find building permits for development applications. They want to know what land was used for if they want to build something on the site. Why was a park named this? Find us when that was gazetted, all that sort of stuff. We also create social media posts. So we do council's Flashback Fridays, which go pretty well, actually. People love them. So we do one of those kind of once a fortnight, and we also do the Shellharbour Airport Facebook page, the Throwback Thursdays on there. So we try to keep that all plane flight related. It's getting harder as time goes on, but we do our best. So essentially we needed a new database. We had Mosaic, which was a good little system for a volunteer-run museum, but it had had its day. Every time our IT staff had to do an upgrade to the server, they would ring me and in a panic and say, we're going to do our best. But they would shudder because they thought it was going to die. So when we decided to get a new system, they were so happy about that they agreed to pay for it, which was excellent. So the platform we chose was Recollect, because it enabled us to add everything onto one system. So, and because we've got a lot of council archives as well, the minute books and rate books, we needed like a system where people would be able to look through those and flick through those easily. So Recollect is not a traditional museum cataloguing platform, but for us it worked actually really well. So these were all the tasks that we needed to do it. And I was getting nervous because I'm the only staff member in the museum, and that is the job of 50 people. And I thought, how on earth are we going to get all of this done? But we did have help from the COVID lockdown gods. So we had 3 New South Wales lockdowns, and I loved every one of them, because what happened was the library staff were seconded to assist me with this project. And if that hadn't have happened, it never would have gotten completed. So I had the fabulous Erin. She did a stock take of all the museum storeroom, which is a mammoth task. She made sure everything was where it was, everything had a number, all the forms matched the objects. Huge project. Will and Luke, who's over here in the front row, had the fabulous job of bunking down in our storeroom downstairs. Lucky Luke. And they photographed about 90–95% of the museum collection objects. So there's a few that we haven't photographed because they were sort of put in a too hard basket. We thought, oh, I don't know what that is. We'll deal with it later. So Will actually had photography experience before he came to work at the library. So we used his skills and he took just magnificent photos. That is another massive job. And then we got all the other library assistants to scan at high res our 8,000 photographs. So they do that in rosters and in batches. They also scanned all of our maps on the records roller scanner. So without their help, there's no way we could have done it all. So there were some of the photos that Luke and Will took. We wanted them on a black background because they kind of make them pop, I think. Anyway, he took some beautiful photos, and that was a project in itself because he had to number each photo according to the catalogue item on the object so that we could match them up in the end. Otherwise, it would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Then we had to build all the templates for all the different item types that we wanted to include in Recollect. Thank goodness, all I had to do was tell Matt what I wanted, and Matt had to go away and do it. Thank goodness, because that would have absolutely done my head in. I couldn't handle that. I'm not a fan of Excel, but he did a brilliant job. He also had to do the spreadsheets. So he did about 300 lines of vertical data, 50 to 100 lines of data, horizontal lines. He filled in about 500,000 fields of data. And that was so that we could upload the metadata from our existing photograph catalogue and our existing object catalogue onto the new system. I just said, Matt, off you go. And he did an amazing job. I think when the Recollect team checked his spreadsheets, I think they found one error in all that 500,000 fields of data, and it was something like he put an extra space. And yeah, it was amazing. He did a really great job. Then once everything was uploaded onto the new system, then I had to add in all the metadata. So some things had metadata, our photographs did, well, half of them, because they were already online. And the objects had sketchy metadata. So I pretty much had to go through one by one and add metadata individually to each of those records. That was, that never would have happened without a lockdown. So I think that was when they announced the third one, and I was like, yes. This is great. I loved it. I know my manager said I was probably the only person in New South Wales that was happy about another lockdown, and she was probably right, but I've never got so much achieved in my working career. So now I'll show you the pièce de résistance, which is the database, and show you what it does. Thank you, Joseph.
Okay.
There it is. Beautiful. So this is a platform. I can't show you. Oh, it's a bit wacky. Is that how it goes? Why is it like it's not centered?
Where's the slide button?
Oh, yeah, that. Go to the bottom of that. Yeah.
What am I doing? This one?
Yeah, that.
Yeah. Thank you, audience member. Well done. So this is our new platform, Discover Shellharbour. Down the side, you can browse the whole collection. You can search for something in particular. You've got a My History tab here. So if people log on and create an account, they can save things in their collection, like if they're doing family history research, or if they're like uni students looking up textiles or whatever, they can save their own collections. And by becoming a member of the site, it also allows them to tag objects and photos and send us information on the content that's on the website. So we decided to like create these sort of browsing collections, and we lumped our most important things together. So we've got a First Nations collection, maps and plans, photos, documents, objects, and then we created like biographies about some of the most important places and the most historic places, not always historic, but some of the, when I was building the, like inputting into these people, places and families, I thought about the most common requests that I get all the time. What do people want to know about? They want to know why parks are named what they are. They want to know why streets are named what they are. When things were built, who owned that house? What was it? So I tried to create biographies on all of those main things. It's still a work in progress, obviously, and my volunteers are working on that now, like adding more stuff to the site. But there's about 9,500 items on there. So people can just go in if they're looking for something particular, like objects, they can just go into the objects and browse the collection. Go down here for more. And you can, I'll just click on this little dress. I think this is from the, oh yeah, Maxwell family. So if you want to open this to 100%, like if you are a student and you're looking at, you know, how things were sewn, or it opens to 100%. So you can see all the detail of the tacking and the stitching on the dress. That was really important to us, to have a system that allowed you to upload really good photographs, because I don't think, you know, catalogues, when they've got shoddy photographs, they're just not what people are looking for rather. So the other thing we wanted to do was make information as easy to find for people as possible, because me being the only staff member, I'm pretty much the only one who knows all of the connections between things in Shellharbour. Like I can drive in down the main street of Shellharbour and go, that family lived there. They were related to that family over there. They had a farm in Dunmore. They also had a farm in Macquarie Pass. Nobody knows that. It's all in my head, which used to keep me up at night, because thinking, you know, if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, it's all over. Nobody knows anything. So I wanted to create all those connections in the new database. Well, as many as I could at the time. So I'll just do a search for like Killalea. So if someone's doing search for the Killalea family or Killalea State Park, you can just type Killalea in there. Everything that we've got on Killalea State Park or related to it comes up. Photos, objects. We've got a family bio. So for example, if somebody wants to go in and look at that sign, which was the original entrance sign into Killalea when they charged you to go for a surf, then we've got connections down the side. So that will take you to information on Killalea State Park and on the McInnery family who owned the farm or who leased the farm from ICI when they changed, when they sold it. So if we go to Killalea State Park, that's a quick link there. And then Killalea State Park also has connections, and it's got connections to the Killalea family. So that's Maria Killalea and her son Patrick, and there's like a bio of their history. And underneath that is all the things in our collection that relate to the Killalea family. So you can really like build up this whole like searchable database of, it's really easy for people to find. And maybe if they're researching their family history, they may not have known that the McInnerys had anything to do with the Killalees, or so we wanted to sort of put all those connections in for people to make it easier. And the same thing with Clover Hill. I'm just checking how I'm going for time. Same thing for Clover Hill. So this is a place we get so many requests about, because there used to be ruins up at Clover Hill that everyone was familiar with, which was this little building here, and it was called Ben's Folly. So Benjamin Horace Turner, he farmed at Clover Hill. Before that, he was brought out during the Second World War to manufacture parachutes for the Australian government. He was brought out from England. So he was in the 1930s, he was a stunt jumper and a parachutist. So he was brought out to make parachutes for the war. After the war, the story goes, well, this is how he sold them anyway. He started making swimsuits out of the silk that was destined for the parachutes. Whether or not that's true, who knows? But that's what he told people. So he was a swimsuit manufacturer of Scamp, which is a really famous Australian brand of swimsuit. He was also an airline pilot, so he had his own Southern Cross Air. He was a stunt jumper parachute. He was a real eccentric guy. So he moved to Clover Hill with his wife, Jean, and they moved into the original Thomas farm at first, but it actually burnt down. And so he began building his new house on the side of a rock. So when you went into the lounge room, the side of the rock was actually the wall in their living room. He was really interesting man. But we get so many information requests about that because people used to see the ruins of this house and say, what is it? Because it's in the middle of the bush now. So we've got all the links here to the information about Clover Hill. That's Ben Turner, that's Ben and Jean and their dog Roger. Actually, that's the old Thomas house before it burnt down. All the information about them, and then all the links to things that might interest people. The other great thing about this database is, actually I'll go home, sorry, keep changing my mind, is that it allows you to blow up the maps as well. So this is really good for people doing research. Like if I just blow up this map, for example, this is an original map of the Peterborough estate, which was Shellharbour, essentially, 13,050 acres granted to Darcy Wentworth, the father of William Charles Wentworth, who crossed the Blue Mountain, Vaucluse House. So if we zoom to 100%, hopefully, is it thinking? Oh, now it's thinking. You can really zoom in and see all the detail on that map. You can see the old place names for people. So Killalea State Park, which I was just talking about before, that was actually in about 1850 called Sandy Bay. We can see that Allen's farm was there. And the swamp at Killalea was called Mole's Lagoon because the Mole's family farmed there at the time. So you can get so much information off these maps. I could literally waste hours looking at them all. You can see where the original tracks were, people's farms. This is really great for people doing research. And it helps me a lot too, having this database, because now when I do get research requests, I can direct them to the website. I go, yes, I can help you. Just log on here and you'll find everything you need. Thank you. Goodbye. No, not quite like that. But it just saves me so much time, which was the idea of it. And everything's scanned at high res, so everything's now preserved. It's held on an external server. Council's thankful for that because they don't have to worry about it. It's just a really good system, and it seems to work really well for us. And it's I think my volunteers were very nervous getting a new catalogue system. They're a bit stressed. But once I gave them the rundown on how to add new things and enter new things, they love it now. So they said, oh, it's just so easy. It's actually easier than the old one, because it's just more user-friendly, so much more user-friendly. So there's about 9,500 items on there so far, and we're trying to add to that as much as we can every week. So one of my volunteers is adding biographies about people and places that we may have omitted. We're getting on with cataloguing the items that have been donated since we did this project, and then they will be uploaded. But it's just a really good system for us. And it was about, how long did it take? It was a long time. It was COVID. It was the COVID years. And we used, I reckon, most of those minutes in those COVID years to work on this project. 2.5 years, was it? Yeah. But it was, really worth it, and a really worthwhile program. It's a great database. We've got the council archives on there too, so people can look up rate books, valuation books. They've all been digitised. It was just a massive achievement for such a small window of time, and really COVID came about at the right time for us because we just got permission to get the database from council and from IT, and then it happened, and it all was just a good opportunity for us. So that's our database. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, that's a fantastic presentation. Thank you. This is Angela from RIDE.
Thank you.
Could you talk about the interaction with members of the public in terms of tagging things and commenting on things?
Oh, yeah. So, well, I'm not sure if I can show you how they do that. This is where I need, I don't think I can, but what happens is they just create an account. So they go here to this login, or up top right to login. All it asks them is to put in their email address and a password, and then they have an account. So what they can do is literally just, if we're looking at this picture here, for example, and they knew something about the picture that we didn't have in the caption, there's a button up here on the screen that says tag image. You just press tag, and then they click on it, and they can add their tag. Like, it's as simple as that. I'll try and go to a.
Would you check that information? Or
Yeah,
before
absolutely.
It comes live?
Yeah, absolutely. So that all of that comes to me, like any content recommendations for content, any suggestions that people put through, it always comes to the staff first, and then we can yay or nay it.
Okay.
Yeah, according to, the content.
Thank you very much.
That's okay. Any other questions?
We've kind of got a general one that I don't know that you can answer directly.
Yeah.
But I think it might be more a short general discussion. Question from Jane Elias at Cumberland. Recollect versus eHive, pros and cons. Does anyone have any comments on one platform versus the other?
Oh, geez. I just, we did look at eHive. But this, I just found that this had a lot more capabilities, and especially in terms of the qualities of the images you can put up there and upload. And the other point is that Recollect's got its own server that hosts all of that stuff. These are massive files. Like, some of the maps we uploaded are like, massive files, you know, 200 meg, 300 meg. So they're keeping all of that for us, which is great, which was a bonus. And also just the capability where you can add documents. So you can add those as PDFs that people can just search through like a normal PDF document, or you can add them as images where you can flick through them. There's just like lots of different options for displaying different types of material. I think that's why I preferred this program.
I can add to that, Ellen, and I've actually done a comparative table of eHive, Recollect, Cortex, and a number of other database systems. To answer the question really simply, Recollect is much more sophisticated than eHive. Recollect is also 20 times more expensive than eHive.
Yeah. Thank you, IT. Thank you, IT.
But I'm happy to provide that table to anybody that would like to use it. So I'll send it to you for the minutes or the wiki or something.
How public do you want it would be my question.
All right, I'll have a look at it again.
Yeah, just flagging that one.
Sure, maybe the e-list might be better.
Did you have a question? Yeah.
Is your Recollect, does that search separately to the library catalogue, or is
Yes, yeah, it's completely separate system. No, but it does have a Trove add-on. So people who search through Trove and the National Library Catalogue find the things on our site. Yeah, yeah. And we could pick, I think it was 6 or 7 item types that can be searchable through Trove. So obviously you pick we picked maps, photos, objects.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
for us, that would be enough.
Yeah.
And another question from Kelly online. Hi, Tamara. Can customers download or purchase your images?
Yes, they can. They can't purchase them through the site yet, but the site does allow you to. We just haven't organised that yet. It does have a shopping cart where you can, like, that is possible. We just haven't set it up yet. But customers can download the image, but they are not the high res images. So you just go here to download. I don't know if it's going to work because I'm not logged in. It's not. But if you were logged in and created an account, it would just say, do you want to download it as a PDF or a JPEG? Depending on what they need it for, and it would download the image and also the blurb at the side. So, you know, they can also save images to their collections. They can contact us about this item, citation for this item, and this is how they would add a tag just by using this button, add tag, and then they'd click on it. And they could say something like, you know, my grandmother used to wear this dress, or whatever information they had on it. And you can also change the look of, you know, you can fit it to the screen or rotate it if you need to rotate it, or, yeah.
Click and add the tag, is that identifying that particular space on the image? Like if it's, this is my grandmother in this shot.
Yes. Yes, that's right. So if there's a group shot and we don't have the names of all the people, people can, yeah, add a tag to the person's face and say, you know, that's John Smith. He was my great uncle, or yeah, yeah. It's really helpful.
Images for each item?
Yes, so we do. And I think, oh, hang on, if we go down. What am I not doing properly here? Maybe there's only, I don't know. Hang on. I'll try and find one. I thought most of our objects did have multiple items actually, but I'll try and find a good one. Oh, I know what I'll look up. Sorry, I keep changing my mind. I'll look up our First Nations collection because there's some really good photographs in there of the little shell booties. These little shell work booties were made by Arnie Marie Stewart. Like, they're just so beautiful. And see how beautiful Will's photos were. Like, honestly, they just make everything look so lovely. But down the bottom here, he set them up at different angles. So you can see the shell on the bottom of them. I just think they're so cute. And then he's taken shots from the back as well. Yeah, so you can add as many images. I don't believe there's a limit. Yeah.
They're playing cards inside those foodies.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, she used cards to make the tops of them. Yeah. Yeah, they're really cute. Yeah. And you can blow them up. Like if I blow those up, like you know, you can just see so much detail in them. So they're great photographs. And then, so yeah, if people want to purchase these photographs, they have to sort of come through us, contact us at the moment, but maybe in the future, we will set up a sort of shopping cart type of system. That would be great. Yeah, but that's a work in progress. But yeah, you can, and down here tells you where you're looking on the item. So I don't know, it's just really user friendly. We liked this system because community can contribute content. And when we need that, like it's so useful. If we don't know who people are in a group photo, having the only people who are going to know are people who have lived in the area for a long time. So we get, you know, I have been getting a lot of requests through they tend to email us at the moment, but I've been getting a lot of information requests because people are stumbling across the website. And actually I had a gentleman the other day, Kevin Mills, who many of you may know, he's the expert plant man in the Illawarra, has written so many publications on flora and fauna. And he was looking up something on our site and he contacted me and said, hey, do you want copies of all my publications to put on here? And I said, yes, please, that'd be great. So he bought them in the other day and I uploaded them as documents. So I think that's all them. Illawarra Vegetation Studies.
So are they e-copies or?
Yeah, he's given us a digital copy. Yeah, but he said we can print them out and put them in the heritage room. He's happy for us to do that.
We've probably got them, but we might double check.
Yeah.
Because we want to have them.
Well, yeah, and he'd be happy to give them to you, I'm sure. He was lovely, man. Yeah. Another question?
One question online.
Yes.
There's a couple.
Yes.
Is the tagging moderated?
Yes. Yep. It's all moderated. So it all comes to the staff before we approve it.
Okay. And what resolution is the booty image?
Good question. They were all taken with Will. Will was the photo expert. So he had his special, was it a Canon? It was some digital camera and he,
maybe if you could let me know later on.
yeah, Matt will probably know. I'll get back to you on that. Sorry, not my area of expertise, but he took great shots and he did all the research according to like archival standards, like what do museums, what sort of resolution should we be taking them at? So he did it all according to that, but I will find out.
Thank you very much.
That's okay. Any other questions? Nope. We all good? Oh, 3 minutes to go. Time that well. Well, thank you very much for having me.
You've got Matt Bell from Context.
Yeah, I'll sit and control if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Are you happy to go camera?
Yeah, either or. That's all right. So that's
Whatever
perfect.
they see there is what's.
Yep, and then notes on the right-hand side.
And that's
Perfect.
you, and I'm
Yep.
just gonna switch.
And everyone online is seeing just the television?
Should
Yep.
just be the
Switch.
television. I'm just gonna switch this to this. You, and then I'm gonna switch the camera to you.
Yep. Excellent. Just gonna pop that there, if that's all right. Excellent. Nice to meet everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you for Marilyn from Fairfield. I'm not too sure if she's in the room. No, crap, okay. And for Shellharbour for hosting and for inviting me. It's fantastic. So I'm here today to talk about digital archives and in conjunction with local studies and community heritage. As we know, local studies are unique to the specific area or the specific library, and that they are very highly valued by the community. One of the library's amazing roles or even honors is to find this stuff, collect it, and then present it to their slice of the world. But as access to resources becomes ubiquitous with modern technology, we've been seeing a lot of enthusiasm with libraries for their digitization projects and their digital collection presentations, which the last presentation was a perfect representation of that. And that's why we feel it's super important to put action into maybe the best way to house, store, manage, and showcase your digital content. Like the physical space, the discoverability and the engagement of this amazing content is at the forefront. And we can find now that technology can do that, but digitally, which is a fantastic thing for everyone. How can I get rid of that? Perfect. Excellent. So today, yep, perfect. So the overarching theme that I want to be talking about today is using digital archives to celebrate your community's heritage with AM Cortex. We feel that the best way to celebrate local heritage is to make it discoverable, so easy to find, make it engaging to patrons, so feeding into their curiosity about the content so that they stay longer at the digital library or in the digital ecosystem. And finally, to make that experience fun, clear, and straightforward. So not confusing where the patron has to go to 1,000 different places to find different things. And then when that patron finishes, they feel good and they want to come back to the library, digital library again. My name, I'm the only presenter today from Cortex, from AM Cortex. My name is Matt. As you can most probably tell, I'm not Australian, I'm from Canada. I've been working in education for about over 5 years now, libraries for just over 3. And as mentioned, yes, today I want to talk about innovative ways that libraries of all sizes can better manage, store, manage, and showcase their digital content. As it's this discoverability and engagement, or it's discoverability and engagement that I want to keep reiterating today because it's so important to what makes up a successful digital library. And so it's how the content is presented, how easily it can be found, and how the patron essentially then engages with it. Cool. So for today's agenda, I first would like to just give a brief overview of who AM is and what Cortex is. Then I'll just go over a few of the exciting tools that come standard or out of the box of Cortex, and then finally jump into how libraries are actually using it to celebrate and to encourage their community heritage and local history content. And I'll do that by just showing some functionality and some cool stuff around that platform. If you do have questions, I'll leave 5 or 10 minutes at the end. I'm not 100% technically knowledged in this on the back end, but if there are any questions that I don't know, I can find out for you. Excellent. So firstly, who AM is. AM, or Adam Matthew Digital. We are publishers of digital content, award-winning digital content that provide access to amazing historical collections from the 16th century to modern day. And we work with leading archives and libraries all over the world to create these primary source digital collections. By the numbers, as you can see, we've been doing this for quite a long time. We have over 130 digital collections published. More are published each year. Tons of archival partners from all over the world, and a lot of pages and AV content that is published. So for decades now, we've kind of been showcasing this rich historical content, and we become experts in the best way to manage and present this sort of stuff. We try to enrich all of our content through technology and take advantage of that technology with the unique types of content that we have to work with every single day. And it's that technology which is called Cortex. Since our first digital publication about 20 years ago, Adam Matthews always published their digital collections on an in-house platform. And this is the new platform that we've created a few years ago, that new technology, which all of our new collections are published on. So we created Cortex, but we're also its biggest customer, if that makes sense. And now we're making it available to specific repositories or libraries. Similar to the last presentation for Recollect, this is kind of the exact same style of platform. So it is a fully hosted cloud-based solution, which allows administrators to access and work from anywhere with an internet connection, of course. It is a back-end digital asset management system, which houses and manages your content. Also a content management system where you can create and manage your pages or web pages and exhibitions. And of course, the front end. So that would be your published sites and those exhibitions that you created. And all of this is done without any technical knowledge or expertise. So no coding experience. Just a bit of a dry mouth, sorry. No coding experience or IT experience is necessary. Before I do jump into the platform and show some customer examples, I just want to unpack a little bit of those tools. It just helps contextualize what the demo is going to be all about, if that's all right. So as mentioned, it is a front and a back end. This is where you store and manage your content. It allows you to bulk ingest, edit, and transcribe. So on the bulk ingesting side of things, if you have a computer or a folder or existing repository, with just a few clicks, it can all be migrated over. That would be the content, metadata, any transcriptions that are associated with it. So it can all be over in one foul swoop. And then once all that content is in the platform, you can do the same thing with editing and transcribing. So it can all be done in bulk. This is also the area that you will build, style, and publish your pages and exhibitions, which is as easy to do as kind of clicking, dragging, and dropping content blocks. So again, playing on that no technical skill needed. And then finally, your cataloging, your reporting that you would expect from kind of a back-end functionality of a platform. Next would be the front end, and this is what I'll be showing in the customer examples and the demonstration. It's everything as you would think the patron sees, essentially, how they would interact and engage with that digital content that you've decided to publish. It is fully customizable, whether that's aesthetically or functionally. It's also, and I might mess this up, WCAG 2.1 AA compliant. If anybody knows the accessibility compliancy, it's up to that top level of compliance. It's also responsive, so it can be used on a tablet, phone, or actual computer. There are multiple search functions and pathways which can open up your content and increase that discoverability engagement, which is so important with local history and community heritage. And this is also where you'll showcase all of your content and create exhibition functions. So if you were to put the back and front together, it's a kind of a seamless way that you can, in a few clicks, ingest, edit, and transcribe, but also publish to make your content more discoverable. Excellent. So the three tools I just wanted to kind of preface before jumping in, because they are quite important and it does contextualize the demo after or just those customer examples, is handwritten text recognition and also AV transcription. So those are two transcription capabilities, digital exhibitions, and customizable metadata. So has anybody heard of handwritten text recognition? I'm not too sure if it's as readily available. Cool. So super excited about the handwritten text recognition. It does make it a bit more unique than most platforms. And we found from our customers, definitely a game changer if you have any handwritten materials, postcards, letters, or handwritten manuscripts. At the click of a button, you can transcribe them in bulk. As mentioned before, it supports Latin character sets, most Western languages and writing styles. On the AM publishing side, as mentioned, we publish a lot of 15th, 16th, 17th century handwritten manuscripts with some really funky penmanship. And this transcribes it in about 90 to 94% accuracy. With saying that, it's also worth mentioning that on the back end, you can edit the transcript to make it up to 100% if need be. And if you could imagine, I will show this in platform, you'll have your handwritten manuscript, and then next to it, the full text transcript, which is fully text searchable, which just opens up exploration, discoverability of your local content or your local history and community heritage content. And all this can be downloaded, edited, as I just mentioned, and exported. Next would be digital exhibitions, just another great avenue for libraries to present and promote their local history or cultural heritage. Really fantastic, unique way to make it a bit more visually appealing, to make it a little bit different than just searching, finding results, and then that usual way that patrons would find their content on a platform. So again, yeah, opens up that engagement on any topic or theme that the library want to present or publish. And last but not least would be metadata, which every librarian loves, I'm sure. In Cortex, metadata isn't just something that sits in a record. It's actually a tool or resource to create relationships to and between or among assets. So it provides pathways and materials through these little control vocabulary tags or metadata tags, which connect similar or related content, which it's hard to explain, but I'll show you in platform, which makes it a lot easier to understand. Those control vocabularies are also fully customizable or editable, so you can create your own nomenclature within your own library and create those metadata tags as you see fit. Perfect. So that's pretty much the preface before the demo. I appreciate you guys sitting through that. I won't be able to cover everything, obviously, that is to offer, but I just want to give a bit of a whistle-stop tour in hopes to give some inspiration on how you could use technology to present your local heritage or your local history to your patrons and the public. So, yep. Cool. Yeah. Sweet. Nice one. Excellent. I'm just going to. Okay. Yes. Yeah. No, that's all right. And we found it. Perfect. So I'm going to start here with a customer example. I think showing a customer's example and how they're celebrating their local history is the best way, as opposed to me just explaining it or showing you on some form of demo site. This is Texas Wesleyan Library. Everything you see on this screen is customizable, except for the 3 buttons here to the right. And that would be the contrast button, which has to be there for that accessibility function. So we're up to that level of compliance. Next would be a My Accounts button. And this is for patrons to register for free. So they can have their own mini repository. They can save photos. They can save videos, metadata tags, search results, search history, things like that. So that has to be there as well. And then last but not least would be just the sharing option. So if you wanted to share to social media or a picture that you want to embed into your library ecosystem or something like that. But other than that, everything you see is customizable. So it could be customizable. So the branding or the color scheme, this whole masthead that you're seeing, all the different search functionalities, the toolbar at the top can be as complex or as granular as you'd like, as well with the drop-down menus. Pretty standard stuff, to be honest. Because it is drag and drop of content blocks, you can change how big or how small you want a specific content block. And why this makes it great is because then you can feature specific archives that are more closely attuned to your local history or cultural heritage, as Texas Wesleyan has done with their Mason Johnson Theater collection, which is the local theater on campus. So they've really blown up that picture to make it apparent that they are pretty proud of this cultural heritage part of their digital collections. talking about a bit of local history with the ability for a image carousel. And also there's a handful of different search functions which plays into the discoverability or more easily engageable nature for your patrons. And this can be as many of these headings or as little as an institution would like. They went with format, performance, subject, and you can see the rest. And if you were to click on one of these, it brings up all the format options within this specific website or platform. So if we're looking at images and documents, it's going to show us that there are about 2,286 results. But if I'm keen for a little bit more specificity, and I'm looking at activism, actors and actresses, it's then going to refine that search even further. So just one more visually appealing way on how a patron could search for things, research things, or look for things that might interest them. They've also taken advantage of a site-wide search in the middle, and there's also a site-wide search tucked up to the right-hand side. The normal advanced search, which you would expect, and I'll just quickly jump into that. And that's just your natural multiple search query, the classic, what is it, the and or not style function of advanced searching. So Texas Wesleyan, really proud of all their digital content, but they really want their patrons, they really want to spotlight their local history and their cultural heritage within this Mason Johnson Theater collection. So I'm going to click in. And it's taking us to a landing page, which is going to contextualize what the collection is all about. So they have put a really visually striking banner at the top, a summary of what the collection is all about, another image carousel, a biography of Mason Johnson himself, some more imagery, and then the option to contribute or share your story to this specific collection. So it's a great preface into what the patron is about to jump into before they kind of proverbially get their hands dirty with all the content or searching the content and looking for what they may be hoping for. So I clicked browse this collection. We jumped straight into the collection. And this is the document detail view. So this is where every bit of content is housed for this specific collection. On the left-hand side, you have filter options, date or date range. They've decided to go with performance, relation, and type. Those can be completely customized as an institution sees fit. It makes sense as it's a theater collection for the performance to be there. Relation, I believe, is a synonym for format. So if you're looking for a specific flyer, oral history, playbill, poster, you can click on your filter boxes, hit refine, and then it's going to refine your search, which I can do right now if we want to just look for playbills and hit apply. It's going to take those 5,000 bits of content that were in this collection, and it's going to refine it down to 59. And the search results are in the middle. This is a thumbnail view. You can also change it to a list view, which gives you a little bit more information. You have your sample image on the left-hand side, your title, where this specific asset came from. And that is right there, one of those interactive metadata tags, which I'll speak on in just a sec. Date or date range, performance or relation. And all of this is, again, customizable, editable, so you can make it as much information or as little information as you would like. Once you scroll and you're trying to find something that might be of interest, if I'm looking specifically for a playbill of a performance and I can't find it initially, I might go back up to the filters and pick. I have Guys and Dolls in mind and hit apply. It's then going to further refine our search to just Guys and Dolls and just those poster bills. Excellent. And once you find something that might be of interest, you can click into that image and it will take you to the image viewing page. And here you have the abilities like most image viewers, you can zoom in, zoom out, rotate if needed. A bit to the right here, you can make it bigger or smaller. I'm just going to accept that. Excellent. And then to the right, you have your summary metadata. And these headings can all be edited as well. They place some of those metadata tags there. Below the image, you have the ability to download. Administration can also toggle on that because I don't think you want everyone downloading everything. It might be a licensing issue, but that can be toggled on and toggled off for any specific piece of content you would like. Of course, that embed function I was discussing before, and the bookmark record and bookmark item, which is that personal free registration where you can kind of save the images or the record if need be. And then finally below that is just your more detailed metadata with the different headings that they felt was pertinent to add to this specific asset. And then, as mentioned, we have all these little tags, and it's similar to the last presentation where you had the related field with things that are kind of like this. They're not necessarily this thing, but they're kind of related to that. So I really enjoyed that Guys and Dolls poster bill. I would love to see more poster bills, playbills or posters. So I can click that, and that's going to take us back to the document detail view and give us all the results for all the posters and playbills in the entire collection. And here are the search results. Again, I can filter, I can continue to refine and filter based on the filters on the left. So for example, I wanted to look for posters just in 1975, if that worked. Lovely. It's going to refine that to just 3 results now: poster playbills, 1975, and these are the search results that we found. And we find something of interest, we click into it, and it takes you to that image viewing page, which we saw before. Worth noting, so this is, as mentioned, just a regular image viewer. There is a bit of a difference. It uses Open Sea Dragon Deep Zoom. So most zooms might stop around here. This is a bad example, but with the Open Sea Dragon Deep Zoom, you can deep zoom into any of the photos or maps or any printed material that have a lot of small text and read it that way, which is really handy. So I'm going to jump out of Texas Wesleyan and jump into Baylor University Library, Baylor University branding, Baylor University colors. They've utilized the similar search functions and locations, the toolbar here. But what they've done is they've, again, really blown up the important digital collections that they want to present that's important to their local history or cultural heritage. I think that the ability to highlight and showcase what's important to you or important to your community should be at the forefront when trying to celebrate your community heritage. It needs to be, again, discoverable and easily engaged. And they've definitely done this with their Black Gospel Music Preservation Program, which is near and dear to that Texas community and this specific library, as well with the Browning letters. So it's just very visually striking, making kind of that patron journey a little bit more exciting than them just going through lists or text. It's just a bit more engaging. But yeah, Baylor's done a great job at showcasing their local history, local newspapers, but also all of their digital collections, and just making a quite straightforward, quite streamlined, and easy on the eyes. If we wanted to click into any one of these local history collections, it's again going to bring us to a landing page. And this one looks completely different than the last because they decided to edit it and customize it the way they wanted. On the right-hand side, they decided to go with a table of contents. They, of course, have a summary of what this collection is all about. Even suggested topics, so love letters, letters written by Robert or Elizabeth. So if we clicked one of those boxes, it would just take us to those letters by Robert, just the love letters, just those letters by Elizabeth, which is great. A brief biography of the 2 writers of these special letters, And then just more context on what this collection is all about, where it came from, which is important when presenting local collections. You don't want to just say, this is the local collection, cool pictures. You also want to contextualize it and preface the work that's gone into it, how it was found, the history behind it all. Because without context, you just have a bunch of images or a bunch of documents. And yep, we can jump into this collection. And it's going to take us again to that document detail view where every single bit of content is housed for this collection. Again, on the left-hand side, we have the filters with the date and date range. They've decided to go with format, custodian, and type. And in the middle are all of the search results for the content or the collection. So again, if we did play around with some of the filters and we're just looking for images and text, it's going to refine our search to those formats with the search results here. And this again is list view. We could change it to thumbnail view. It's a bit more concise and maybe aesthetically pleasing, but from an education standpoint, it's a lot better to have kind of this list view with all the information. Good to note that Baylor utilized a lot more detail in their list view. If you noticed from Texas Wesleyan, it was very minimal. I think it was 1 or 2 descriptive lines. What they've done here is the title, of course, date range, but they made it a little bit more granular with the date or the day. They've used creator, first line, which is cool. So it's giving you a bit of a summary of that first line. Digital collection, so where it came from, and custodian. All of those can be changed, created with that nomenclature. So if your specific library has verbiage or words that they prefer to highlight and categorize their stuff or have done for years, this can be easily implemented. And they took advantage of that metadata tag as well. Once you find a bit of content that might be intriguing that you want to look into a bit more deeply, click on it and it brings you to that image viewing page where you have the document, of course, in the middle, the summary metadata on the right-hand side, the ability to download, save it into your profile, and then you also have your more detailed metadata. So they didn't really take advantage too much of those controlled vocabulary tags. For whatever reason, I think because this is quite an encased or an enclosed collection, there's not too many related things outside of their collection. But what makes this quite special that I wanted to show is this is a handwritten letter, and for the life of me, I couldn't read it. I tried my hardest. We can try even make it full screen. Yep. So for me, at least, it was a bit intimidating. I could maybe, if I took 10 minutes, I could write it down. But what makes this special is it's being fully transcribed and the transcript here is on the right-hand side. So that just opens up a whole kind of new arena for any patron that might be a bit intimidated by reviewing a bunch of handwritten manuscripts, a bunch of anything that might be handwritten. This is a great way and more palatable for them to read it while still admiring the original piece. And it also makes the original piece fully text searchable. So if I was looking through all these love letters for an instance of dog, I could search dog and it's going to search all that transcribed data and find it in the transcript and then show me on the actual handwritten material and on the transcript, which I'll show you in just a sec. What also makes this type of style of content quite unique is because it's a succession of letters of dates, similar to newspapers or periodicals or editions for magazines. If any institution has that, there's almost a scaffolding availability where you could do a table of contents for all editions of a specific newspaper, all the dates, all the letter dates of this specific love letter collection, which is kind of a nice little addition. All right, we're going to leave Baylor Library and jump finally to my last customer example, which would be Harris County Public Library. Back to their homepage. They've taken advantage of using the toolbar in a lot more detail to help their patrons navigate to specific sections. The two things I wanted to bring our attention to is them taking advantage of the unlimited use of exhibitions and what an exhibition looks like. They've decided to create an exhibition for every branch, local branch library they have, even if it doesn't exist anymore. So it's kind of a historical exhibition of each branch that was in Harris County. And I'll jump into these exhibitions in just a sec, but what I really wanted to show you was this map. One of the interactive functions is a mapping function, and we did this for Harris County for their centennial from 1921 to, I want to say, whatever 100 years from 2021. That makes more sense. And it is a really cool interactive way to kind of get the community engaged in their own local history, patrons of Harris County. And it is a map of Harris County. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller if that's possible. Cool, nice. So it's a map of Harris County with icons representing each one of the local libraries. But what's cool is this timeline slider, which you can do manually or you can hit play. And it's going to go over the years 1924, 1925, and you're going to see those icons change from when that library was in existence, but when it disappears, a new one pops up in its place, which is really exciting. And then you can also slide it to pick a specific day that you might be looking for. So if we did stop on 1955, had a look at the map, I'll make it bigger now. Each one of these icons is clickable. And if we found one that we're keen on, Jacinto City, it's going to give us a brief description of what Jacinto City is. You can edit this so it can have a nice summary and image. But the cool thing is if you click on that, it's then going to take you to the document detail view, tagged Jacinto City, and everything in the Harris County Public Archive that has to do with Jacinto City is now going to be on display to be found. And again, the filters could help refine that. This is a great example of them really going full in on those related metadata tags. So I was initially interested in Jacinto City. I'm looking at some of the content, but I say, wait a minute, I saw West University, that's where I grew up. Click on that, and now it's going to jump you to related assets and documents that also relate to West University. So it kind of keeps the patron in like a closed loop cycle of exploration where they can find related items and assets and documents that closely relate to what they're interested in, but could also kind of spider web off to different things that might give them an opportunity to find something new and different. And then back to the exhibitions. So as mentioned, they have given exhibitions on every one of those branches, I believe, that you saw in those moving centennial map. They're adding, I think, 3 each week because they're not done yet. And if we were to pick one, let's pick on, I had one in mind. Fairbanks. So we're keen to learn more about the Fairbanks Digital Library through this exhibition function. This is kind of the front door of the exhibition function, which they've branded, of course. We hit enter, and now we're into that digital exhibition, I think. Yeah, okay, cool. Perfect. On the left-hand side, you can see there is text that is a summary of what you're about to see, or it's going to contextualize the image that is to the right of it. Below the text on the left-hand side, once I find my mouse again, is just the page counter on page 1 of 43. And then, of course, this arrow will take us to the next page. Generally, the text will change to represent what we're looking at. It's not for this reason, for some, oh, there it is. Okay, excellent. So if we find a part or an image or some information from this exhibition that we're quite intrigued about or interested in, we can stop there and we could go full screen. But the really great function is I want to learn more about this specific image because it relates to me or I'm part of the Fairbanks community. I can go to related page and it's going to take the patron back to the actual image viewing section of this image with the summary metadata, the ability to download and add to that My Accounts section, and then also the more detailed metadata with those tags, which can be as much or as little as one would like. So if I really enjoyed that picture, I knew it's from Fairbanks, I can click this Fairbanks tag, and now it's going to take me to that document detail view with everything to do with Fairbanks, which then again, I can further refine on the left-hand side. Excellent. So those are my customer examples. What I wanted to do, because we do have a lot more time, because I'm talking extremely fast, my apologies if you can't understand me. Hopefully my accent is understandable and clear. I just want to take us to the Cortex demo site to do a few different searches to show you searching different format types, but also the transcriptions through that. Everyone's very well of OCR transcription, which I want to show. AV transcription is the next one. And of course, the handwritten text recognition, which I think is so important and a big game changer. So this is just the demo website that we use to show some functionality. I wanted to show the customer examples because I think they're more important than just a kind of a bland functionality demo site. So I'm going to do a site-wide search. I could do it up here or down here. I'm going to do Australia. Hit enter. So it's going to search the whole archive, the whole platform for any instance of the term Australia. I could further refine that if I wanted to, but I do see the example that I wanted to use. Let's just make it a bit smaller so you can see more of the platform. So I wanted to jump into Australian Brief because it's a beautiful printed material that perfectly highlights kind of the capabilities of the OCR. We did a site-wide search of Australia. We found a document we liked, we clicked into it, and now that we're inside of the document, once it loads, perfect. Excellent. So now that it's loaded, we're looking at the printed material. It's black, so you can't see it. But I think once the internet kicks in, you will be able to see that it has highlighted in the printed material our search word or for search result, Australia. I'll keep going and hopefully it kicks in. There we are. Perfect. So it's highlighted the search term Australia. It's also highlighted it in the summary metadata, highlighted it in the full transcription of this page. The metadata, it's highlighted. And then there's another search tool which it has highlighted, and that is an image results. So instead of just getting a bunch of results, maybe textually, this gives you image results, so a bit of a snippet, so you can read a little bit of information before you jump into a page to see if it's pertinent to what you might be doing, what your research might be, what relevance it might be to your research. And if we jump to any one of these pages, it's going to jump to that page with us. It's going to highlight the term Australia in the printed material. And the transcript will also change with that, and it will be highlighted in that as well. Perfect. And there we are. At the top here, we can change the page. We're on page 5 of 28 to the next page, but we aren't necessarily guaranteed that our search term will be on the next page. So instead of going page by page consecutively at the top, there is a hit counter or hit turner that the patron can click. So instead of going through each page to find what they're looking for, they can go from hit to be a bit more concise and streamlined in how they're doing their searching. And it's fine for a page that's or a document that's 28, but if you have a 200-page document, you don't want to scroll through each page to find what you're looking for. Which reminds me, now that we're in an actual document, we can search at that document level. So if we were to search for Sydney, it's now just going to search Sydney from the document level. And again, it's going to highlight Sydney, highlight the transcript. give us those image snippets again, so we can jump to a specific page that might be pertinent. So yeah, just an example of document level searching and transcribing capabilities. All right, next one, not last but not least, almost there, would be handwritten text recognition. And we're going to look up Port Jackson. I'm a resident of Port Jackson. I frequent their library, and I just want to learn a little bit more about Port Jackson, my local community. So I type in Port Jackson in the site-wide search and get all my search results here. If I know what I'm specifically looking for in, sorry, I can't see that far, theme, library, archive, or collection, I can then refine my search. If I'm looking Port Jackson food and drink history, I could do that. If I'm just looking for handwritten text recognition, manuscript content, I can refine my search to really get to the bones of what I want to see as a patron. Once I find what I'm looking for, click into it. Brings us to that image viewing page where we can view the image. And similar to the printed material, it's now highlighted our search term in the handwritten manuscript or the handwritten material. And so it's highlighted in the actual handwritten manuscript or material. It's highlighted in the summary. And because it's been fully transcribed, this page has been fully transcribed in full text. And if we went to the next page, of course, the image changes and the patron can go through reading that penmanship, or they could read the transcript for a bit more ease of access for their public heritage or public local history. Same highlighted with the metadata, of course, and those search snippets is the same rules apply for the printed materials than the handwritten. So if we were to jump to a specific page, it's going to jump to that page, highlight the Port Jackson again, and the transcript on the right is going to change with it. So this is a great example because it's almost a 200-page document. So if I am a resident of Port Jackson, I really want to find something specific about Port Jackson within this document, or even to see if this document has what I'm looking for, I can do that document level search. So I am looking for just relations of ship or just the search term ship. It's going to search that whole 200-page document for the term ship. It's going to highlight it in the transcript again, or in the handwritten manuscript, in the transcript, and then I can play around with this hit counter. So every instance of the term ship, I can go to each page, each hit, read the transcript to see if it's relevant or pertinent, and then just kind of keep going through the manuscript that way, which is just opening up a whole new arena for discovery and engagement for patrons of local history. All right. Last but not least is audio video transcription. So this is not local history, but I'm going to search Moscow. It's local history, I guess, to Russians. So I'm searching Moscow. It's going to give us our search results. I'm looking just strictly for video. And the video I know is actually from a collection called Socialism on Film. So I'm using these filters on the left-hand side to refine my search. And it's going to take all those results and narrow it down to 4. And I want to click on this Award of International Peace Prize. This is where the internet might trip us up. So it's going to take us into that image viewing page, in this case, video viewing page. Where we can almost see on the left-hand side is the video. On the right-hand side is your summary metadata. And then beside that, again, because it's being fully transcribed, is the transcript of this specific video. And that search term has been following through and it's highlighted. Because everything's being transcribed, playing with fire to see if this will work. Oh, excellent. Everything is closed captioned. So all audio video will be closed captioned, which plays on the ability for accessibility. And like all things, can be downloaded, saved into that profile in the metadata, search results snippet. And more importantly, at the document level, you can search specific words. I'm going to search union. This is another example of a very small example. It's a minute 30, so someone can read or watch the whole thing, read the transcript. It might not take too much effort, but if you have an oral history that's an hour, 2 hours, or an interview that's really important that you're trying to present, and a patron wants to go through that to see if it's relevant to them, they can search the document level or film level. So if I want to search union, and it's a 2 hour long oral history, it's going to highlight every time that person through that interview mentioned the word union. And the cool thing is it's all timestamped. So if I read a little bit about the first instance of union, I'm like, no, that's not what I was looking for. And then this one, trade unions in Moscow, excellent. You click on the timestamp and it'll take you straight to that section of the video. Also auto scrolls so someone can also read as it continues. And that is pretty much the customer examples. Again, yeah, I just wanted to show the examples from customers and the functionality. Really wanted to show the customer examples because it shows how people are using it to engage with their patrons. Thank you so much. Definitely open to taking questions.
Any questions?
Yes.
With your implementation of OpenSea Dragon.
Yes, sir.
With your download,
Yep.
Is that limited to PNG or?
I believe all file types, but that is something I will have to get back to you on, unfortunately. Yeah, I think JPEG.
Yeah, because our LMS only downloads as
PNG. Okay, interesting. Cool.
But that's must be their implementation.
No, that's okay.
Oh, I've got a pen.
You're a sweetheart. Thank you so much.
I'm not a sweetheart, so please don't use that term.
Sorry, my apologies. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And that's just strictly for downloading?
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent.
So do you have a costing thing somewhere? So
I do. It's usually based off of the footprint of the specific institution. Not necessarily on what they have in general, but more what they want to migrate initially. It's quite low cost. Generally the cost, I don't have any of the numbers with me, comes with how much you're migrating or how much you're trying to transcribe, essentially. I can get you some numbers that we've done with similar style institutions in New South Wales, but the numbers are not as expensive as you would think.
So Matt, if I've understood your presentation correctly, and I don't know if there are any Recollect users here or online,
Yep.
but one of the things that sets your platform apart is that transcription.
It is.
option.
It's, I believe, yeah.
Because I don't believe that that's offered by Recollect.
Correct.
And
Correct.
the eHive person was saying you have to basically put all of the document into the one of the fields in their catalog.
In order to.
be word searchable.
Yep, for sure.
But you're saying that any scanned document.
Yep.
Doesn't even have to be in a PDF format.
Nope, any scanned document.
Word searchable.
100%. Yeah, so any scanned document, and also if, you know, sometimes with historical documents, you'll have text coming horizontally, and then on the same page vertically, and then you'll have a squiggle line. It actually also transcribes it and presents it in the way that it was scanned. So it doesn't have to be kind of, you must fit these parameters. It can be scanned, and through artificial intelligence, it's used.
It's very new, that handwritten text.
For sure, yeah. I know Google uses it. I think. I thought we were one of the only people that did it, but I was at the ASA conference and I said that. And then someone quickly said, no, you're wrong. And I did my research. So we're one of few, but it's definitely a technology that's out there. But yeah, one of the ways that it separates from Recollect. Yep.
My question is, can we, I asked about Recollect too, search through our library catalogue through to your digital library?
I don't think so. I want to say no, but I don't want to say no with certainty. I think it might be two separate cases. I believe almost 99% sure anything that you migrate into Cortex, that's what is searchable. That's what the patron can see. And that's what the administrators house, manage, curate, and then finally publish. So I don't think it talks to a library system. If you're referring to like all the books and all the resources, can it relate to that?
You know, person logs on to the library.
Yep.
And they search the library catalogue. Will it, in that box, interrogate what's in the digital library?
If you mean by the library catalog, as in fiction, nonfiction, science, yeah, I don't think so. No. But worth noting, we have a roadmap of things we're trying to always keep adding because technology keeps going. So I'm going to ask that and bring that up as well.
And Trove, Trove will harvest?
Yes.
Online question from Kelly. Hi Matt, do you mean the Cortex can also create transcriptions of audio-visual material on ingest? Or rather, it has the capacity for you to upload transcriptions you already got available?
Great question. Both. So if you have existing manuscripts or transcripts of any nature, that can be bulk ingested and be there. But you can also transcribe in bulk once all your content is in the platform. I'm not too versed on the back end. I really would love to give a demo. If anybody wants a back end demo, we have our kind of more tech guys that can do that, and they love to do it based on the institution. But it's very much, shift, grab all your files, and press a button that says AV transcription, and it just kind of does it within a couple minutes. But yeah, you can bring over existing manuscripts, metadata, all your stuff that you've worked hard to do already can be migrated over. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
That's it for the formal presentations. Now, general business. And general business is generated by people's questions or requests.
Can I just suggest you maybe pause the recording for the general business?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.